We begin with the part 2 for the 11Elite. This is the multiple choice question part. Question 6 is to write a vector as a linear combination of unit vectors. We have been told in this question the initial and the terminal point, that is D and D, that starting point and the ending point is given. We need to write the linear combination of the vectors I and j. Basically, you have to just find the component form. See, x1, y1, x2, y2, right? How do you find the component form? For the x-axis, it's x terms. It'll be 5 minus 4. And the next one is minus 7 minus of minus 1. That is it. You can see it is 1 comma minus 6. This is the component form. You just write 1i minus 6j. This is the linear combination. You're combining these both with I and j. That's it. I is like the x-axis, j is the y-axis. Simple as that. Here also you can directly do it in your mind because it's electronic. You don't need to write anything. Minus 7 minus 9. So what happens is it is 16 minus 16 and 2 minus of minus becomes 8, positive 8. So that's it. Please do the others by yourself. The second term minus the first one, or your second term minus the first one. The first one, x-axis, x terms would be I and plus the j terms. So you can just put in your calculator, we at 0, so it's 0 minus 9.5 would be minus 9.5 and minus 7.3. Minus of minus becomes, you need to add it and write minus sign. Similarly here as well, very easy problems. And let's, even if it's a fraction, it's fine, it's same thing. Now you can use your calculators over here and keep it in fraction itself. See, it's minus 4 minus 1 by 8. And then we have 2 by 7 minus 3. Don't write in decimal. Your answer would be in fraction itself generally, okay? So here, it's up to you. You can multiply 8 and 8 and you can solve it. Here the answer, you can see it's written in fractions. So leave it in fractions itself. No need of writing in decimal because they are given in fraction. Over here, they are the same. Literally, the starting and the ending point is at the same point. So what happens? There is no component form. It's 0 and 0, right? So because you start and end at the same point. That's why it's 0. Now we have real world problems. Commute. To commute to school, Larissa leaves her house and drives north on Al Nasser Street. So let's see over here. From here, you should know this. North is always above, south is below, right side is east, and left is west. So north is up, down is south, right is east, and west is on the left side. Here let's draw north because she's driving north. It's like a straight line upwards. How much is that? For 2.4 kilometers. Okay. And then she turns left, that is to the west. How much? It is 3.1, so it should be bigger. 3.1. And then again she turns right. See, now she was going north, left, and now right from west would be again north, isn't it? And that is about 5.8. Now express Larissa's commute as a linear combination of unit I and j. So when she starts, we consider it to be 0 and 0. Where does she end? This is y-axis. Again, this is also y-axis. So 5.8 plus 2.4. It'll be 8.2 here, the total distance traveled. And what about, that is the y-axis. Now upwards, that's y. X and y, right? What about the x? It's minus 3.1. Why is it minus? Because we are going to the left, isn't it? Left side would be considered negative, right would be positive, up is positive, down is negative. So if it was south, we would have considered this negative. Now it's the same thing. Initial, this is x1, y1, x2, y2. You just subtract 0 minus of minus 3.1, and then what you have, 0 minus 8.2. So this is the component form. It will be 3.1. I'll directly write it as I plus, sorry, it's minus because negative 8.2j. So that's the answer. I hope that is clear. It's minus 3.1i, my plus. Okay, here, what happened? Here it is y2. It's y. Oh, now you can see the formula. I have just messed it up. Here you can't just interchange the formulas. It's a good mistake that I did over here. I'll keep it as it is. I won't edit the mistake out because I did y1 minus y2. This is the issue. It is, what is the formula? It's y2 minus y1, x2 minus x1. That's the component form. This is over here minus 3.1 minus 0, and we have 8.2 minus 0. So the answer is minus 3.1 I plus 8.2 j. So the signs would have changed because I took the other way around. Okay, so it's minus 3.1 plus 8.2. I hope that is clear. Another similar problem, Nadia is rowing across a river at a speed of 5 kilometers per hour perpendicular to the shore. Now they're not told, which direction or anything, but let's consider this to be the shore, and perpendicular would be straight line making 90 degree. Nadia is rowing 5 kilometers. Okay, perpendicular. The current. Now this is a vector because see here, this has kilometer per hour. It's just not the distance. It is kilometer per hour. So this is a vector over here of 5 kilometers per hour. And then what is the river current? The river current is given as 3 kilometers per hour downstream. So now if this is the shore, right? We are perpendicular to it and it's going downstream. You can just do it like this. It's going, whichever direction it's going. So 3 kilometers per hour. Now that means entirely, now this is the force of the water that is pushing you to the right. So now what happens? You're trying to go perpendicular, but you've been pushed by the, the river speed. So you tend to change your direction for a certain angle, right? It goes something like this. You reach over here. Now, what is the resultant vector? That would be the speed you would be actually traveling, because you want to go in 5 kilometer, but there is other forces that is acting on you and you can't go. So you change your direction by a bit and your speed also reduces. There is a loss of speed as well. How would you find this vector? Very simple. Magnitude of this vector. How do you find magnitude? Is by just take the square root and sum of the square. Pythagoras theorem, if you remember, this is 90 degrees. It's 5 squared plus 3 squared here. That's it. That's 25 plus 36. Sorry, 34. Square root 34 is the answer. That would be the resultant vector. Now I'll just give it as VR, resultant. And this is the speed she'll be traveling in basically. Square root of 34. It's less than, see here, 5.8. Now there is one thing I told, there'll be loss of speed. But look here. You're going, imagine you're going in this direction and wind is blowing at your back. You're running in this direction, okay, and the wind is blowing at your back. So your speed would increase, right? Why? Because you're getting easily pushed by the wind. Whereas you're going in the same direction but the wind is against you, then your speed would reduce. Now here you're trying to go there, but it's being pushed at you, so you would be gaining. See, now it is not, it is helping you, the wind is helping you, so the resultant would be just a bit more. So the resultant is basically she's traveling in 5.8 miles per hour. If it was opposite to her, then it would be reduced. So here square root 34 is 5.8. That's the magnitude. You can see this is an electronic part, so you don't need to write all this in detail. Just directly you can find it out. And then at what angle is she traveling with respect to the shore? Okay, we need the diagram. What is the angle here with respect to the shore? So, this is phi. Over here we have 3. Which angle, trigonometric function can you use? That's opposite. Hypotenuse is unknown. Hypotenuse is known, but the opposite and the adjacent. So we always use tan in such cases. Always to find where, you might know theta for the angle is of a vector is given as tan inverse of phi, the vertical side, by the horizontal side, phi by 3. If you just put in the calculator over here, you get the answer. Let us use a calculator's shift and tan. Use your tan inverse. Okay, it's phi divided by 3. And that's the answer. It's 59 degrees. You can see here. That's the answer. That's it. So this is how easily you can solve this one. And that's the end of question 6. This was an easy topic. I hope it's all clear. If you have any doubts, please post them in the comments and I'll try to get back to you very soon. The question 7 is to find the dot product and the angle between the vectors. Here we can see that v and dot product of u and v is given, but we do not know what is the vector u. So if you remember the dot product formula, u dot v, if you have the component forms, imagine the u was say 1 and 2. And then we have over here the v vector component form is 3, minus 6, right? So all we need to do is the x component multiplied by the x component, 1 times 3 plus 2 times minus 6, and the answer would be u dot v. But here we do not know this entirely. See, this is unknown, but we know this value. So what if I take this instead of u and v as x and y? Is that okay? X and y coordinate of u, because that's unknown, right? And what is this? Instead of y, x multiplied by 3, and this is y multiplied by 3. What is the answer for the dot product? It's already given us 33, right? So I can simplify this and write 33 is equal to 3x plus, sorry, it's minus 6, right? Because the minus 6y. Now it is up to you. You can rearrange and write either x is equal to in terms of y or y is equal to in terms of x. Up to you. So I'll just take this to the other side. It'll be 6y is plus 33 is equal to 3x, and divide throughout by 3. It'll be 2y plus 11 is equal to x. I'll take x to the other side. X is equal to 2y plus 11. So this is the equation I got. Now I know this is electronic part, but this has to be written, and now it's up to you. You can choose any y value and that will give you the x value. If you had written other way around, you can choose any x value and you get y value. It's up to you. So let me choose for u vector, let me choose the y value to be 5. Then x value will be 2 into 5 plus 11, that is 10 plus 11 is 21. X is 21. This is the answer. Or I can choose any other value. Say, let me choose 0. Here, y value is 0. So what happens here, instead of y, it will be 0 plus 11. So what is the answer? It's 11. X is 11. Now, if you can even take negative number. These are all answers. I'll show you in a minute why this is true. You can even take negative numbers. So let me take like minus 3. So if it's minus 3, 2 times minus 3 plus 11. So it'll be minus 6 plus 11. You will get positive 5. So x is positive 5 and y is minus 3. And you can keep on going. Let me prove this. Why? Because u dot v, let's do the dot product. These two multiplied, right? It'll be 21 times 3 plus minus 6 times 5. So minus 6 times 5. What is the answer? 21 times 3 is 63. Plus 30, the answer is, sorry, it's minus 30 here. The answer is 33. Is it correct? Yes. Now what about this one? Here let's do the same thing. It'll be 3 times 11 plus 6 times 0 will be 0. So 3 times 11 is again 33. Let's do the other one. It'll be 5 times 3 is 15 minus 18 plus 18, minus and minus. So again it's 30 plus 3, it's 33. So all these are the possible answers. So this is the reason this is correct, correct, correct. It's a multiple choice question. This wouldn't be appropriate to be asked. But the concept is just this. You need to write x and y for the missing vector. And what you do is write it in terms of equation and then rearrange it to one of the variable. Then input any variable, you will get the other value. That's the answer. Now here you can see it's written as sample answer. Why? Because we can have plenty of answers. Here I think so we had this, right? Yeah, we had got 5 and minus 3 as well. But even other possible answers are correct and they have taken in terms of y. So now you choose any other than, what they have chosen over here is x value of 5. See, let x be 5. You can take x as 0. If you take 0 over here, it will be 11 by minus 2 and that will be the answer. So you can choose any, up to you. These are the same method, same topic. Over here again, you can see the sample answers, and this is the answer. Please do them by yourselves. You can try this by yourself and then check for the answers. Here, the answers vary. Check for the method only. And even over here, it's the same concept. And now we move to a real world problem. A student rolls a backpack from a chemistry class to a math class using a force of 175 newtons. If she exerts 3060 joules to pull a backpack 31 meters, what is the angle of her force? So this angle theta is to be found out. Now here, how you can find this is, since this is the distance given, so this will be the length. Over here there's no dimensions given. Let's take it as AB. Now that is, sorry, this is the segment AB. Okay, that is throughout. And if you know the projection, now how can you find the work done? The work done can be given as, you might remember this formula, the projection of that particular vector. Okay, now since I'm taking AB, I'll take it as AB, projection of AB times the magnitude of AB. What does this mean? See here, this would be the projection, right? The projection of the, what is that? Force. Okay, this will be the projection of force. Whatever you find out, you can use the projection formula and find it out, right? Multiplied by the total distance, that will give you the work done. So it's just simple as that. But over here, the work done, because you know, why we are doing the work done is because all work is given, distance is given, force is given. We can easily find the work done. And in this projection, we know theta is there. So from that, we can find the angle. Otherwise, it's not easily possible. Because work is given, you ought to use the work formula. And then we know in the projection theta will be there. Over here, we can find the unknown. Everything else, this will be known, and over here we can know everything, the force and all, but only theta will be unknown. So let us start solving this. First, let's do the projection. This is the force, right? What is the projection over there? I'll take it as projection AB because we are doing it along that line, right? I consider that line to be AB, that distance. So projection AB would be whatever is the force, even if it's positive or negative, you have to take the magnitude of the force times the cos degree 30. The angle, sorry, not 30, degree theta. Now here what you do is just multiply, substitute the force. You don't need to write anything over here. It's in theta only because we do not know as well. In the future problems, even if you have theta, leave it like this because you're going to use it again, right? Don't put in calculator and solve it. Keep it over here as it is, and we use the same value to the next steps. Now this projection is done. Since it's electronic, you don't need to write anything in detail. Now let's write the work formula. Work is how much? Projection AB will be multiplied with the magnitude of AB. This distance. What is that? It's 31. This one is 175 times cos theta multiplied equal to, what is the work? 3060. You can just put this in the calculator and solve it up, or you can just take this to the other side. Both these, multiply these, take it to the other side, and you can take the cos inverse. So I'll just rewrite this to the 3060. Sorry, 306 and 0 divided by 175 multiplied by 31 is equal to cos theta, or theta will be equal to cos inverse of 3060 divided by 175 times 31. This would be the final answer. Let's take our calculators and check this out. It will be cos inverse of 3060 divided by 175 times 31. And the answer is 55.66 degrees, and it's taken as 55.7. That's the correct answer. That is the angle over here. What they wanted, angle of a force, that is 55 degrees. Now, if you want even, since it's not required to do any steps, you can just put this as well in the calculators here. 3060 equals 175 cosine theta is written as x multiplied by 31. Shift and solve, and the answer is, it'll just take some more time over here. That's the issue. Oh, sorry, just ignore what I told over there. Apparently you cannot. Why? Because, okay, when we take cos inverse, right, it goes to the other side, I believe. So that's the thing. Just ignore. It's good that this happened. Please do not write this directly in the calculator. You will get an error. So you need to rearrange and get it in terms of theta is cos inverse of so much, and only that will be the correct answer. I hope that is clear. It's 55.7 degrees. Okay, now they have told the same thing. I'm going to use the same formula, guys. But they have rearranged. They have given you the degrees. Okay, the theta value is given now. And the force is the same. Work is given. Okay, they're asking the distance of ABC. This is unknown. This is unknown. So the values have changed. Let's just rewrite it. So theta is there now this time. So what we know here, theta is 60 degrees. Force is 175, cosine 60 degrees. Work is 1315 cos 60. See, now this is what I meant. Here, if you're 175 cosine 60, don't substitute, put it in calculator, solve it. Take this as it is, you know. So it'll be the entire whole value. And this AB is unknown, the line. Now, in this case, it's very simple because 1315 is over here, right? Divided by 175 cosine 60 degrees will be equal to AB. Just put this in the calculator, you get the answer. Let's try that. It'll be 1315 divided by 175 multiplied by cosine 60 degrees. Close the bracket. And the answer is 15.02. They didn't tell round it off to nearest tenth. You can just write it as 15, I guess. Let's see. Yeah, it's about 15 meters. Okay, or you can write just one decimal point, 15.0. So that is the answer here. And now we have to determine whether these vectors are parallel, perpendicular, or neither. This is again very simple. All you need to do is what? The angle theta, I mean the angle of the vectors. What is the formula for the angle of vectors? It's always over here when we deal with the angle is the cosine theta, because the angle with respect to the horizontal, right? Dot products divided by the magnitude, right? This multiplied, okay? It's not cross product, it just multiply the magnitude of these both. Simple as that. Let me do this very quickly because, you know, I'm sure you're thorough with this formula. It's dot product is this term multiplied by this term. For u now, u dot product, please, sorry. These two terms, minus 2 by 3 multiplied by 9 plus, what else? We have 3/4 multiplied by 8 divided by, what is the magnitude here? Magnitude is given as square root of the x square. Now magnitude of u only, x component, y component, both are there. So it's very easy. Minus 2 by 3 the whole square plus 3/4 whole square multiplied with, that's times, what is the component form here? 9 and 8, so just square them up. 9 squared plus 8 squared. So this is x and y, right? So we get the component forms. Sorry, magnitude. Now it's not over. We need theta, right? So cos theta is so much. If you take theta to the, if you want to find only theta, take cos to the other side, it will be cos inverse. So theta is equal to cos inverse of this entire thing. Now since it's, you know, even if it was writing, you have to write so much, but now since it's electronic, you just put this entirely in the calculator and get the answer directly. Now let's do shift cos inverse of, it's negative 2/3. Now here I need to use this bracket properly. See, there is a numerator and fractions and then also another denominator term multiplied by 9 plus 3/4 is 0.75 times 8 divided by, okay, square root of minus 2/3. Remember, because it's negative, you have to use the bracket properly. If you had put this minus sign outside the bracket, then the answer would be entirely wrong. So in such cases, just be very careful. Now here there is no sign, so I can just put it as 0.75 square. That is fine here. But otherwise, be very, very careful. Now here next, multiply it with square root of 9 squared plus 8 squared. You can write it as 3/4, but 3/4 is 0.75, so I directly write it as 0.75. Now, if you're thinking why I'm not writing 2/3 in decimal, you can write it but 0.666. So it's better to write the proper fraction. Okay, the answer is 90. Let's just double check this. Yes, the answer is 90 theta. What happens when it's 90 degrees? So u, v, 90 degree. It's perpendicular, right? So the lines are perpendicular. That's it. You can easily solve it up. They are perpendicular answer because now here, okay, this is another thing. But this won't hold good for everything. If the dot product is 0, what is that? They are orthogonal. Orthogonal means they are 90 degrees. But what if they're not, if it's not 0? Then you have to do this method. So I directly told this method, but I just remembered now, orthogonal vector will be always having the dot product of 0, isn't it? So you can try that, or you can directly find this. But I think so. Let me just check this. See, now here it doesn't hold good because u dot v is some value. So it's not orthogonal. It might be either parallel or neither. So you need to solve it up. So here we just change the values, okay? U dot over here, whatever is the values, you just change it up. And then the same formula, squaring and all the same, magnitude is same. So let me write it out. It'll be minus 1 times 3. And over here we have minus 4 times 6. What is it over here? Minus 1 squared plus minus 4 squared. And what do we have over here is 3 squared, 6 squared. Let's put this entirely in the calculator now. I'm just going to rewrite everything because, you know, I've done the changing before and just many times I get errors, you know. You miss something or the other. So that's why I'll write the answers directly. Minus 1 times 3 is minus 3 plus it'll be minus 6 times 4 is 24, negative 24 divided by square root 4 square 16 plus 1 is 17, square root 17 multiplied with 636 plus 45, square root 45. What is the answer? It's 167 degrees, 167.5. It's neither, it's not 180 or not 0 or, you know, it's basically just a random value. So there's angle. It's neither. It's not parallel, not perpendicular. If you're wondering what does parallel mean, imagine the vectors are like this. There is no angle formed at all, or the angle will be either 180 degrees or 0 degrees. There's no angle formed at all, right? If there's some angle, it's neither. But if it's 90 degree, then it is perpendicular. So that's about vectors. I mean, you can just find the degrees, angle, and then directly conclude your answers. Even over here, please do it by yourself. This is important. You're getting 180 degrees. If it's 180 degree, it's parallel. And they are headed towards, say, opposite direction. Why? One is going the other side, one more other side. They're parallel to each other because they're never gonna, you know, I mean, they're not 90 degrees, but they will just go the other direction. So it'll be angle of 180 degrees. Now in this problem, I mean, this is also easy problem. It's just that they have not given you values. They have given you, you know, secant, cosecant, all this stuff. I'll explain you with the answer, okay? Because it's just going to take a long time to write it out. Now here you can see dot product. They have written the component forms. We need to find the dot product of these. So secant theta times cosecant theta and cosecant times minus secant theta. Okay, you add them up. And what about the magnitude? Magnitude, we'll come to it in a while because here when you find the dot product, because this is very important, you can't just substitute values, right? You need to solve it somehow because it's going to be very, very complicated if you start taking square root plus everything. So here what happens is, let's just focus on the dot product, the above line. Or instead of writing all this, I would suggest you just do dot product u dot v and solve only the dot product and see what happens. We have done this much. Now, when this minus sign goes out, what happens? Secant, cosecant, minus secant, cosecant just cancels off, right? It's 0. Dot product is 0. It's orthogonal to each other. Whenever the dot product of two vectors are 0, they are orthogonal, or the degree will always be 90 degree. So directly you can conclude they are perpendicular to each other in such cases, okay? So that is the end of question 7. It is a little bit tricky at times, but you know, once you practice a few problems, it's very easy. Just remember the formulas. Dot product. or angle of vectors or projection. Just remember the formulas, which are very important, and then you can easily solve these problems. The question 3 is vectors in three-dimensional space. This is a very interesting topic. There are plenty of real-world problems here. So let us solve the first one. An airplane is taking off headed due north with an airspeed of 150 miles per hour at an angle of 20 degrees to the horizontal. The wind is blowing with a velocity 8 miles per hour from southwest. Find the vector that represents the resultant velocity of the plane relative to the point of takeoff. Let I be I point east, J point north, and K point up. Because it's three-dimensional now here, they have not only north and south. Say if we draw the normal north and south, this will be up, down, isn't it? We have east and west over here horizontally, but here there is another axis that is pointing upwards. But they have clearly mentioned I be east. This is I. J is north and pointing up. See, it will come towards you. I can't draw it, but it would come towards you. That would be the K point. Now here you can see the figure is tilted. What's happening is, now imagine this is a person standing here. 2 is up. See, now this person is over here. You know, that's the person. He is seeing front. Okay, this is his front. What does he see? North. 2 is right. What is it? East. So this will be east. Back side will be south and left would be west. Can you understand this figure? So this is basically tilted and the north and the south is like this, the horizontal, and then the east and west. Now since it is a three-dimensional figure, it's little hard to represent. This would be west to his left and east, and then we have a z-axis, that is the vertical, that's the third dimension. So this is the tricky, challenging part in the three-dimensional problems, you know. Now then, can you see this is going up and it's making 20 degrees to the horizontal? What does it mean? It's going up, right? And horizontal be its north. So this is the thing. Anyways, we will now solve the problem. I'm trying to make you understand the topic. That's by all these figures. I hope you understand. But to solve it, there are some tricks you can easily remember and solve it, which I'll tell you in a couple of minutes. But before I go to solve the problem, let me just tell you about the wind direction. See, the wind is blowing with a velocity of 8 miles per hour from southwest. From southwest. Where is southwest? This is the southwest, right? From there it's blowing. So where does it go? It goes to northeast. So here we have south and west. This is the southwest. It comes to northeast. Okay, so this is the concept. And what is the angle? It's 45 degrees, isn't it? If they're not mentioned, it's like this. Now you can ignore all these diagrams. Always focus on the two things. When you're dealing with an object, see where it is. If it's due north or due south, it's always to do with this axis, that is the J axis. See, in three-dimensional, there's X, Y, and Z, or we write it as I, J, and K, right? See here, the wind direction always will be along X and Y. You will have some value here. See, for wind or the current will always be X and Y. This Z is 0. Now here the object matters. If it is along north or south, if it's along north or south, any one of this direction, then X will be 0. You will only deal with Y and Z. Okay? If they have told along west or east, then there will be X and this Y will be 0 and this will be there. We will do that. The third problem is about that. But as of now, just remember so much. Now then, how would we solve? Since it's electronic part, I'm not going to write everything. I'm just going to tell you a trick. Here, first thing, due north, and it is making an angle of 20. So due north is how much? 150 degrees is the speed magnitude. Cosine theta. See, it's always, the magnitude, cosine the angle. Angle is 20 degrees. This is the y. Now z would be this up one will be the sine because it's opposite side, right? So that will be opposite. The adjacent would be the north, y. Z would be 150 sine, 20. So that's it. What about the, wind? Wind would be again easy. X and Y. Now here X would be cosine. What is the angle? Angle is not given now. We will do this in 1 minute before we go there. But I'll just write the magnitude 8 and over here 8 sine. This is the thing. For wind direction, you can just use the normal coordinate because we're dealing only with X and Y, right? North, south, east and west. So they have clearly told it is blowing from where? It is blowing 8 miles from southwest, east and west. Sorry, east is over here. This is west. Always right will be east. Now that means it's making like this. It's going like this, right? All the wind is blowing that side. Always remember the angle which you're dealing with is from the 0. That means east. So here, how much is it? 45 degrees only. So directly write 45. 45. This basic understanding, you need to know it. So here for wind or the current, always deal with XY. It's much easier. So this is the thing. Now what about this one? Here you need to deal with, understand this horizontal is not X, it is basically Y, and this is Z axis, the height. So these are the two. This is basically J and K. Here we are dealing with I and J. Now why is it J over here? This is J because this is basically tilted. This upper part, this line is written like this. You can stick with the same figure, but I just do these because it's much easier for me to understand. This is only for the wind or the current. Now then you can just put these all values and write it out. So let me write it out. X will be 0 itself. What is this? It is 150 cosine 20 degrees. Let's use a calculator and solve. 150 cosine 20 would be 140.95. So let me write it out over here. 140.95. Then the same thing, but only change the cosine to sine. And the answer is 51.3 here. 30. So I'll just write 3. And then what about the other two? It's 8 cosine 45. So it's 4 root 2. Let me write it in decimal. 5.65, 5.66. And lastly, it'll be the same thing because sine and cosine 45 are the same values, isn't it? But anyways, 5.66. It's, oh, now this is over here, 5.66. X and Y. But anyways, both the values are same. This is 0. Now add them up. The I coordinate will be, addition of this will be 5.66I plus 150, 140 plus, you can just use a calculator itself because decimals are also there, plus 140.95. It's 146.1, 146.1 J plus 51.3 K. This would be the answer, and that's how easily you can solve it up. Now here they have, written everything in detail and stuff, but the figure was already given, so we use that. And you can see that would be the answer. Now they have rounded off to the nearest 10th. That's absolutely fine. Now let's see why this is. See now here, our values are absolutely correct. No problem at all. Let me just show you. See, it's literally the same values. 150 cosine 20, 150 everything. But why the answers are differing? Instead of 5, this is near rounding off to nearest 10. That is pretty simple. But here, because one value we had taken nearest 10th and one we had taken full value, I take an answer minus. So that's the reason. But that's fine. The minor values are fine. From this answer, you can easily look at which is your correct answer. And the answer would be this one. Adding up, because we need the resultant, right? Just add them up. That's how we do it. Yeah, the detailed solution is also there. Always remember, for the object it will be 0, X and Z will be there. And for the wind, it's X and Y only. The last one is 0. Let's do this one. Here the coordinate is there just in case you want the 3-dimensional coordinate. Now, Mesa throws a javelin due south. Let me just... For the first one, javelin is the object. So what you need to realize, this is the upper axis. For the first one, we draw like this: north, south, east, west. This you need to remember so much. This is the z-axis. You can ignore that. So Mesa throws a javelin due south. Okay, it's going towards south at a speed of 18 miles. And what is the angle? Angle relative to the horizontal. So for south, the horizontal angle, this one is 48 degrees. Okay. If the wind is blowing, okay, we will do the second part later. But now the first part, we want always from the zero. What is the angle from here to here? It would be just 180 minus 48 because this much is 180 degrees, isn't it? 90, 180. So it'll be 180 minus 48, 132 degrees. That's the first part. Next, let me just write it out. What do we have is for the javelin, I'll write J. I'll write in terms of I, J, K. I, J, and K. What is the I value? It's always 0. Why? Because it's either north or south, it'll be 0. Because we're dealing with this one, okay? The x-axis is not at all involved. It's only this and the above axis. 0. This one will be, what is the distance? It's 18, velocity is 18, magnitude, sorry. Cosine. Not 48, it's 132. I hope that's clear. And over here, we will have 18 sine 132. That's it. Now, what about the wind? Wind or the current? I will just take x and y here. North, south, east, west. Why? Because this k value will be 0 no matter what, right? Now, here in this case, angle of south, 15 degrees, east. So, southeast over here. Okay. Find the vector that represents it. See, now she is going to throw the javelin due south, isn't it? So the wind is also blowing towards it. Okay, that's fine. But you don't need to compare all that, you just stick with the wind. This is done. First part is done. Now only stick with the wind. It is 12 now. But what happens is we have to count the angle from here to there. So what is that angle? It is 15 degrees from here to here, south to east. See, this is south, right? To east, it is 15 degrees. But we have to add 180, 270 plus 15 because this total angle will be 285, 270 till over here, and then 15. So here what you need to write is 12 miles, right? 12 cosine. First is always cosine, next one will be sine. 285. Over here it will be 12 sine 285. Now just add them up, that will be the resultant. So you need a calculator here to add them up. So first I'll do 18 cosine 132. I'll directly write the answer, okay? Plus 12 sine, you have to add them anyways, 285. Because it's electronic part, I'm not going to do the steps and anything. It's minus 23.64. This is the J part. Now the K part over here would be just to change this here. From cosine 18 sine 132, the answer is 13.38 plus 13.38k. And what about this last one, I value? It is just 12 cosine 285. That's the answer. It's 3.12. I'm just rounding out to nearest 100, okay? 3.12. They didn't mention round it off to any particular digit. That's why I'm just rounding off to 100. And this is I. That is the final answer. You can see here. You can see this first one 0, 18 cosine 132. Directly, I've written it. And this is cosine 285 and everything. And the answer is, they're rounded off to nearest 10. So it's 3.1i minus 23.6j. And lastly, 13.4k. Remember, this would be your answer. If it's nearest 10th, it's over here. Nearest 100th is over here. And now this is the last real world problem. Before I start this, many students after the Heikel was released from 11Elite were asking me how to solve this because many are getting confused. So I may not have responded to everyone, but for some I just told it. But now here's the explanation if you're getting confused. Let's look into the question. The submarine headed due west. Let me draw the figure for the submarine, the rocket, or the plane. What happens? This would be the north, south. This is the z value, the height. Okay, that is a very crooked line. But you know that'll be the. I'm doing it as dotted because that's not going to be any north, south, or anything. This is west, east. Now then, it is due west. It is not due north or not due south. It's due west and dives at a speed of 25 knots at an angle of decline of 55 degrees. Okay. Now the main and the most important thing, what you need to know is this is going towards like this and decline over here. From west it's declining. It's 55 degrees here. Okay, that's absolutely fine. It's making to the horizontal. We got the angle is 55. We know this is 25. But here, when I write, what's that submarine? Let me write submarine. And before writing that, we need to write the IJK, right? Let me write IJK first. I, J, and K. For submarine S, I'll just write I value is there. It's not 0. Every time you write 0, this and this, right? No. Here there is existing. Why? Because this is along the x-axis. Can you see that? And then we are dealing with height. So here it's not with north and south. So this J value is 0. This J, right? See, J is north. This is east is I. And what is up? It is K. So now we are dealing only with I and K because they have not given due north or south. Therefore, this is 0. Now, what about this one? It is, now here there is one important thing to remember. If it was, it is along I. See, in the last problem, what we did, we took the angle from here to there. Why did we take that? Because J is pointing north. So the angle must be from north. Okay? Now here, what is the angle? I is east. So the angle is not 55. You can take 55, but then you should change the sign. Along east, from here you need to change the take the angle from here. This is the angle. So it is total 90 plus 180 minus 55. How much is 180 minus 55? It will be 131, 125, right? Yeah. So this is the answer. Now let's write it. I is 25. First one is always cosine 125. What about K? It is 25. Along this K value, it will be sine 125. Done. Now what else? That first part is done. The submarine is done. The current is moving with a velocity of 4 knots at an angle of southwest. Let me write x and y only. Why? Because every time current, wind, everything will be, sorry, north, south, east over here and west. South is over here and 20 degrees west. So this is the angle. Now what do we need to solve from here, right? Always from east. This second part is always from here. It's 180. What you can do is it's 270 till the third quadrant. Minus 20, you'll get 250 degrees. Now this current always, oh sorry, K value is 0. I and J will be there. What is I? What is the knots? It's 4 knots cosine 250. And over here it is 4 sine 250, not 25, it's 250. Now just add them up and you will get the answer. So let's take our calculators. One thing I forgot to tell you, over here what happens, this I value, don't change it to positive, negative, depends on the angle. I've changed the angle. The reason I'm stressing over here is because many of the students, some of the students who were asking me this doubt, they were telling why it becomes negative. The reason why it becomes negative is they were taking 25 cosine 55 degrees. So that's why negative. We have to take the angle from east. Otherwise, if we take from west, it's the opposite sign. So the sign changes. Okay, I hope that's clear. Now, it'll be much easier if you look at these points. I is east. So always take the angle from here. J is north. Take it from here. K is north. But whenever it's current and wind, just do this and take it from east itself. Now let's solve it up. East in the sense because I, right? That's fine. Now then, let's just put it in the calculator and solve it up over here. 25 cosine 125, close the bracket, plus 4 cosine 250. The answer is 15 minus 15.7. I'll write it as nearest hundredth. You can write it as nearest tenth as well. It's minus 15.71i. And then what else? It is 0 and 4 sine 250. This will be gone. 4 sine 250. It's minus 3.76. Minus 3.76j. And lastly, what is the k value? 25 sine 125. Close the bracket. Answer is 20. Okay, now there is one more thing which I forgot to tell you. K is pointing up. Now, what happens with submarine? Submarine goes down, it never goes up, right? So here you need to add this minus sign. I forgot to tell you about this, but this is all right. See, this K value here, sine, you need to realize it doesn't move up. I mean, like, if it's a plane, it goes up towards the up point. K is up. They have not told it's north, south, or anything. So you need to understand what is the situation. If it was a rocket, if it was a plane, if it was a javelin, you need to understand it's going upwards automatically, right? So it's positive itself. But here, since submarine is dropped in the ocean, right? It's going in the opposite direction. It's going down. It's not going up. So that's why whatever this answer, right, is negative. Minus, because submarine goes down. Okay, goes downwards. That's it. So here, whatever is this answer, what you write, you just write it as minus 20.48k. So that must be the final answer. You can see here, yeah, they have taken nearest 10, minus 15.7, minus 3.8j, and lastly minus 20.5k. So that's the final answer. I hope this is clear. Any of the problem, you need to do two figures. One is for the object, like submarine, javelin, plane. Another one is for the current or the wind speed. And then you can easily solve this up. Now we move on to the midpoint problems. Here, they're not asking you to find the midpoint of M and P. They're told N is the midpoint of the line MP. See that line M and P, right? This P is the midpoint. Sorry, N is the midpoint. We have been told to find what is the value of P. So how would you do this? Here, all you need to remember, first of all, the formula is very important. Let me just show you the formula. This is the formula. But the issue is, we don't have x1, x2. We have mx1. Yes, this is midpoint xm. That's the thing. So here, midpoint would be xm, the three values, right? That is equal to so and so. In this sense, I'll just write it out over here. x1 plus x2 divided by 2 would be equal to what? Xm. Xm, I'll write over here. That is the thing, right? So here then, we have xm to be 7 by 2 is 3.5. I'll just write it as 3.5. What is x1? x1 or x2, you can take it as anything. I'll take it as x1 itself plus x2 value divided by 2. So this goes to the other side, be 7 equals 3 plus x2. Take it to the other side, it will be 7 minus 3, that is equal to 4 is x2. So the value over here for p, you need to find the p. X value for that is 4. Same we have to do for y, z, and just equate the same thing. Let me do it over here. Now y, it's y of midpoint. That will be equal to y1 plus y2 divided by 2. It's not in the writing part, so you don't need to write all this. Directly you can put it in your calculator and get it. What is the midpoint value? 1 will be equal to 4 plus y2 by 2. Why did I put 4? Because y value for m is 4. That goes to the other side, 2 is equal to 4 plus y2. Goes to the other side, be minus 2 is equal to y2. Lastly, for z, I will not write the formula. I'll directly do the substitution. It will be 2 equals 5 plus x2 by, this is the second point, so that's why I'm writing 2. by 2. It'll be 4 equals 5 plus x2. It'll be minus 1 is equal to x2. So that is the final answer. It's 4 minus 2 minus 1. I hope this is clear. All these are the same things. I've just given you m and n, not the midpoints, okay? Don't think minus 1, minus 2, it'll be minus 3 by 2. No, we're not finding midpoints. We are finding the other point, which is missing, the last ending point. So for all these problems, please do try the same thing because it's very straightforward. We have another real world problem. This is also very interesting, because you might think, oh, this is so easy to solve, but the answer might be little deceiving. So Omar is volunteering to help guide a balloon in a parade. So if the balloon is 10.7 meters high, he is holding the tether 0.9 meters. So the height where he is holding is above by 0.9 meters. So this height would be not exactly 10.7, it will be 10.7 minus 0.9 above the ground as shown. How long is the tether to the nearest foot? You might be tempted, okay, it's so simple. We have to just find the hypotenuse, the length, right? This is 10.7 minus, it'll be 9.8. And over here we have 3. See, this is given. This is it. Use the Pythagoras theorem. Is it done? No. Let us consider this to be A and B, okay, just for simplicity's sake. Let us find the coordinates. It's a 3-dimensional vector space, right? So we need the 3 dimensions x, y, and z or z. So for the point B, let me start with where Omar is holding it. What is the x value? You can see there is 1.2 meters behind the 0, right? This is the center, 0, 0, 0. X-axis behind would be minus 1.2. What about y? Y is this. See, this is x, y mentioned in the question, z. Now y is basically only 3. It's positive y because it's coming towards the y-axis. It's positive itself. And z is 0.9. So that's the coordinates. What about the a coordinate, where it's exactly touching? I mean, it's flying, sorry, the balloon. What about the x coordinate? It's 0 because it's just above over there only. It's the center, but it's 0. What about y? Is it moving anyway? No, it's again at the center. So you can see this is the center. Only the z coordinate changes. What is that? This is 10.7, but it's not exactly 10.7. Oh yeah, it is 10.7, sorry. We will find the distance later on. That time it will be solved, you know. So write it as 10.7 because from the ground it is 10.7. The height where it's flying above would be 9.8. But we are just taking the coordinates of A and B. These are the coordinates. Now, how would you find the distance between these three vertices? 3, x and y and z. It's very simple. It's x2 minus x1 the whole squared plus y2 minus y1 the whole squared plus z2 minus z1 the whole squared. All you do is put the values, substitute, and put in the calculator. It'll be, I'll take this as x1, this as x2. Why? Because it's a and b, right? Anyway, I'm just doing it because it's easier for me. It'll be minus 1.2 minus 0. I just can ignore those values. Minus 1.2 minus 0 the whole squared plus 3 minus 0 the whole squared plus, and now over here x2 is 0.9 minus 10.7 the whole squared. Type it out in the calculator. We have square root of negative 1.2 minus 0. You don't need to put minus 0, or you can just put 1.2 because minus any number the whole square will become positive itself, plus 3 squared plus 0.9, 0.9 minus 10.7 the whole squared. And what is the answer? It's 10.31. So the answer is 10.31 meters. So that's it. You can draw, sorry, you can write it out to 10.32. I hope that's clear. And here, oh, there is conversion. Okay. Whatever answer you get is in meters. Why? Because everything was given in meters. Over here, they have clearly mentioned 0.9 meters, 10.7 meters. How would you convert this to foot? To convert meter to feet, you have to just multiply whatever is in meters by 3.28. So the answer is 33.84. I mean, it's nearest foot, you are approximating it to 34. I hope that's clear. It's 33.8 would be approximating to 34 feet. That's the final answer. This is how we solve it up. And now here, if it was other way around, from foot to meter, you just have to divide it by 3.28. Now this is approximated, it'll be 3.2801 or something like that. So 0.08, I guess. So this is how we do it. Now if I divide this, if I whatever the answer is divided by 3.28, I'll get the meters. That's how we solve this particular problem. The last type of problem in this question is to determine whether these triangles are isosceles or scalene. Scalene means all the sides are different, whereas isosceles is having two sides equal. But we have over here the vertices only. Okay, it's like 3 dimension of that thing. The best and the easy way, since it's electronic, the methods are not counting, just find the distance. You know the distance of 3-dimensional object, right? The distance is given by like this, square root of, let me write it properly, x2 minus x1 the whole square plus y2 minus y1 the whole square plus z2 minus z1 the whole square. There are other ways by finding angles and all that stuff. This is the most basic thing. Distance is very easy. Now you just consider the distance between AB, BC and CA, and then that's done. It'll take time, but that's it. So how you do is, say for example, you want to find the distance of AB. Okay, the distance between this line. That will be equal to x2, that is 5. I'll directly substitute 5 minus 2 the whole 3 minus 2 minus 3 the whole square plus minus 1 minus 1 the whole square plus 1 minus 2 the whole square. Put it in the calculator, you get the answer. Then we'll go to B and C. What would be the substitution? It will be 1 minus 5 the whole square plus 3 minus of minus will be plus 1 the whole square. Why did I write this directly plus? Because 3 minus of minus 1 will become plus 1. Plus 1 minus 1 the whole square. Put it in the calculator, that's the answer. And lastly, you can do AC or CA, up to you. Either way, you take this x1 or x2, y, anything, it's going to be the same answer. Choose this as x1, I'll choose this as x2. You can try with x1, x2, answer will be the same. It'll be 1 minus 3 the whole square plus 3 minus 1 the whole square plus 1 minus 2 the whole square. So let's solve this up. Let's put in the calculator. Here we will have square root of, you can directly put this instead of 5 minus 3. 5 minus 3 is 2 squared, or you can write it as 4. Minus 1 will be 2, but negative sign will dissolve whenever it's inside the square root. So I can just take 2 squared, or instead of that bracket, put the bracket minus 2. It's same. Doesn't make a difference, because minus 2 whole square is 4 and 2 square is also 4. Lastly, what do we have here? It's minus 1 or 1 square. So okay, what did I do wrong? I did not write plus here. So the answer is 3. So let's write over here AB is 3. What about BC? Same thing, square root 4 square plus 4 square plus 0. Why? Because 1 minus 1 is 0. The answer is 4 root 2, or you can write it as 5.66. 5.66. And lastly here, what do we have? What we have got is 1 minus 3 is again 2 squared plus 2 squared plus 1 squared, and that's like the first one, AB length, right? So it's 3. So we have two sides equal here, right? It's 3. If it was something other than that, imagine this was 3.5, then it would have been scalene, but here it's two sides are equal, so isosceles. Same way you need to do it over here. Find the sides, and then if all the three sides are different, imagine this was like 3.5, then it would be scalene. Please do these by yourselves. It's very simple. It's just that you need to put it in the calculator and solve it up. So here are the answers. Please do it by yourselves and then check for the answers. And that's the end of this question 8. I hope you have found this helpful. A quick reminder, guys, if you're finding my videos helpful, please do subscribe to my channel. It would mean a lot to me. And also do share this with your friends. Let them know about this channel. And I will see you all in the next video. The question 9 is an interesting topic. It is to find the magnitude and direction of torque and also to find the area of a parallelogram, all by cross product of vectors. The cross product of vector can be solved in calculator, but we need to know what are the values to be substituted. Let's look at this problem. A restaurant server applies 50 newtons of force to open a door. You can see this is the door here. The figure is very important to be analyzed. Find the magnitude and direction of the torque about the door's hinge, say along this side, hinge, right? Which is the part that sticks to the wall. Now here you can see the force is how much? 50 newtons. It is along which direction? Along the x-axis, but in the negative side it goes. You can see resulting towards the back side. So first thing what I'll write is I'll write the force vector, okay? Force is given by, it's going backside minus 50. And then everything else is zeros, right? That's very easy to denote. But what about the directed distance r? Because the torque we know is given by r cross product vector of f. R is the directed distance. And then over here we have the force, applied force basically. Force is very easy to get. Now, what about the r value? Angle is known, okay? Now, what is happening is they have not told anything. In the figure only you can see here, this is the angle 10 degrees and the length of the door is 0.91 degrees. Imagine you're pushing the door. Will it be going along the z-axis up? No, it's not going to flip like this. It's not going to turn. What's going to happen is it's going to go back. So from the y-axis, it's going to go back towards the x-axis, isn't it? So basically, you can over here, see this is 10 and over here this is the distance. And so now along y-axis, the component, one of the resulting component is 0.91, the magnitude, and it's along this line, the angle is formed, it's cosine 10 degrees because that's why it's cosine. But what happens along the x-axis over here, it'll be 0.91 sine 10 degrees. That's it. So now over here, you can just write them up. It'll be, see now since x is in the negative axis, you can put minus 0.91 sine 10 degrees. Okay, we are resolving along the components. That is this. And over here, the next one is y, 0.91 cosine 10 degrees. And lastly, what is the x? Z, the height, vertical height. It's nothing, it's 0. So this is it. Oh yeah, it's the vertical. I hope this is clear. This is very important to get. It'll be there in the figure. You should just analyze and see what's happening. Door is along the z-axis. It'll open, it's only the y and the z-axis are, x-axis are involved in this. So therefore z is 0. Now we got the two things, r and f. Now you just have to find the cross product. Now since it's electronic part, I'll just do it in the calculator here. In order to solve the cross product over here, r cross product f in calculator, you need to use the mode and 8. That must be in vector mode. And you need to put in the first vector. Let me choose vector 1, a as r. What is r? Okay, the dimensions are 3 because 1, 2, 3, it's 3-dimensional, isn't it? Minus 0.91 sine 10 degrees, close the bracket. The answer is over here. It'll automatically calculate it for you. Then at 0.91 cosine 10, close the bracket, and that's also done. And lastly, we have 0. So now press AC. Don't go to mode and 8 anymore. Don't click on mode. It's done. Now, in order to see the vector mode, see it's already on, right? How we can go is shift and phi. This will be the vector mode. Now, very important thing, the values of angle are in degrees. So you have to have D unlocked in your calculator. If it's not, then you need to press shift, mode and 3 for degrees. Default mode is always degree. Now let's go to fill in the second vector. Shift, phi. Don't press 4. 4 is if you're only typed in a vector. It's not typed, so it's a dimensional error. You need to first save a vector. Shift phi, press 1 for dimension, and which vector you want to save? Vector B, because I already saved vector A as R, and now the dimension is 3. Now let me type it out. Minus 50, 0, and lastly 0. Let me press EC. Now both the vectors are saved. Now I need to find the cross product. How do I do is shift phi, which vector? R, that is vector A, cross product shift phi 4. Cross product is just by multiplying. Now you see the answer is over here. So that is the answer. That is, you can see, now if you take not the exact value, see we have taken the exact value. If you round it off and take it, you will get 45, I believe. Let me just check that out. Let me just go back, shift phi. I will just change the dimension of the first vector, which was over here. I'll just type in these values, the solved values. See, they have rounded off to only 2 decimal point, minus 0.16. And over here it is 0.9. And now let me try it. Shift 4, 3, cross product shift, sorry, 5 and 4 over here. Yeah, so you can see that is what they have done. I was just wondering what happened. So if you round it off, you will get this value. Hope that's clear. And you can see the z-axis is the hinge basically. The door is parallel to the z-axis along the hinge by 45 degree, a magnitude of 45 degree Newton meter. Now the next problem here, we have a weightlifter doing bicep curls, applies 212 Newton of force to lift the dumbbell. Now you can see lifting dumbbell, where is the force going? It's up and down, right? So I'll directly write force, which is easy to write. It'll be 0, 0, force lifting upwards. It's 2, 1, 2. So that's the force, the vector. Now what about the directed distance? Torque is R cross product of F. So what about F? This is the arm. The distance is how much? 0.356. And she begins the bicep curl with the elbow bent at 15 degree angle below the horizontal in the direction positive x-axis. Okay. So here, now you can see this is along the y-axis, right? But we are dealing with this one. It's positive towards x-axis. It's going like this. Okay. And we have the force which is along, she's doing going upwards, so we need to resolve it over here. Now remember, in such case what happens is this is 15, so what will be this angle? It'll be 90 minus 15, that's 75 degrees, because we're not dealing with the horizontal, not dealing with the y-axis, we are dealing with x along the x-axis and the z-axis here. So here when we find the r, the directed distance, the y will be 0. This one, first one will be 0.356 sine 75 degrees. And 0, and then over here 0.356. And what is this? A cosine, because it's along the x-axis, z-axis, right? So it's 75. So that's it. Now this is the positive x-axis going towards the resultant. Over here you can see this one and this one. That's the resultant vector. So now we have to just find the cross product of these both. Here again now we are doing a new problem, so we can go to mode 8, and the first vector, it's dimension 3, 0.356 sine 75, close the bracket, and then it's 0 here, and then we have 0.356 cosine 75 degrees. And that's done. We have inputted it. Press AC. Now press shift phi and let's put the vector B. Now not that, you need to press shift phi 1 and option 2 and now dimension 3, and now type this out, 0, 0, 2, 1, 2. So the both are typed in. Now we can find the cross product by just multiplying those both vectors, shift phi and 4, and the answer over here is 0, minus 72.9 and 0. Let's look into the answer. These are the two vectors which we got over here, and then when you solve it up here, you can see it's negative 72.08 because we have taken the exact values. Now if you had not taken the exact values, then you would have got the same answer. And we can see the magnitude and direction of the torque. It is along, this is the answer which we got. parallel to the negative y-axis because we got the negative sign over there. So that's how we solve this problem. And now to find the area of parallelogram, it is so easy. All you need to remember is the formula, that is the cross product of the vector u and v, and then find its magnitude. Okay, everything can be done directly in the calculator, so I'm just going to use the calculator. If you want to remove all the saved vectors, you can press shift 9 3 equal AC and clear it off. Now all the saved vectors are gone. Now you can start again. Mode 8, let's put in the vector, first vector, that's 1. Dimensions are 3. It's 2, -5, and 3. What about the next one? Press AC. Let's go to mode. Sorry, not mode again. It's shift phi 1 for the dimension. Which vector? Second vector, and the dimensions again is 3. So then here we have to type in 4, 6, -1. Okay, both are saved. Now shift phi, we have to do the cross product of these two. So I'll do vector 3, that is vector A times shift phi and 4. Now this is the answer. Now this is not the final answer. You can see this is just the cross product of these both. But the area is basically, we have to find the modulus, the magnitude of them, right? How do you find the magnitude? Magnitude of this is basically square root and squaring each one. But instead of doing all this, I'll show you in the calculator. If you press shift and phi, you can see the 6th option saves your vector answer. That means whatever the answer you get in vector is already saved. Now if you multiply or do something, addition or something, it changes. Now all you do is shift and HYP gives you absolute value. Absolute value is modulus, right? Then press shift phi and type in the vector answer and press equal to, the answer is 37.27. This is how easily you can do any problem. Let me even show you for this. Mode 8, let me put in the vector A. Dimensions are 3. So it is -9, 1, and 2. Now once that is done, press AC, shift phi 1 to fill in the dimension of which matrix? Sorry, vector. It's vector B, 3 dimension. Now 6, -5, and 3. Now both are saved. All I do is shift phi 3, cross product of shift phi 4. The answer is obtained here. This answer is not the final answer. You need to press shift HYP, that's for the absolute or modulus, finding the magnitude basically. Shift phi and 6, the saved answer is over here. So the answer is 56.6667 or 56.7 units square. So this is how you can solve any of these problems easily in the calculator. Try the other problems by yourselves and you can see how easily you can find it. Over here the values are 6 -2 5, 5 -4 8. Since it's electronic part, you do not need to do any of the steps. Just use a calculator and solve all these problems. Even over here, and that is it. That's the end of question 9. In question 10, we will be graphing simple polar equations, also find area and the distance. The first question is about surveillance. A mounted surveillance camera oscillates and views part of a circular region determined by theta is greater than -60 degrees but less than 150 degrees. That's the range. And the radius is 0 to 40, where r is in meters. Sketch the graph of the region that the security camera can view on a polar grid. It's all about polar equations. Polar grid is required. The polar grid is circular. I'll just show you over here. This is the grid. The answer is visible, but let me explain what exactly is happening. Here, theta is the angle. So you know the angle is always from right to left. We get the angle theta, right? So that's in degrees or in radians. So now, whenever we solve polar equations, try to keep in mind we usually use radian mode or radians, okay? So this is very important. Now, here the angle is given in degrees. That's fine, we are just graphing. It's easy to graph in degrees, but when we are solving any area or anything like that, we cannot use degrees. We have to convert to radian mode, okay? But graphing just like this, very easy in the degree mode because it's much relatable. Now -60 degree means we have to go the clockwise direction. This is anti-clockwise, we are going left side. Clockwise would be negative degrees. So it's -60 from here, from the polar axis, that's over here, x coordinate, you know. We just go back to 60 degrees. Is it 60? Yeah, it's 3. This is 360 degrees minus 60 would be 300 degrees. So we draw a line over there. And then positive 150 degree. Where is it? Over here, we draw another line. And then what's the radius? 0 to 40. From 0 till 40, this is 40 here. We draw the arc. That's the polar, that's the sector. So that's it. Now, this is the electronic part of your exam. So you will have 4 graphs. Just choose the correct one. Very easy to recognize which is the correct graph. Now, what about the area? Now, we have to find the area, right? Let me just do it over here. We need to remember the formula for area that is given as half pi r square, but pi is like theta, okay? The degree. This is a modified formula. This is for sectors when we are really dealing with polar grids. The area will be equal to half. This is constant. What is this theta? Theta is the angle. So how much is the total angle here? It's 150 plus 60, so that is going to be 210 degrees, isn't it? But do we write 210? 10? No, we are write in radians. So let's convert 210 to radians. So conversion to radian mean we want radian, that's pi above, divided by 180 degrees. Now imagine if you had 2 pi, how to convert to degrees? We know pi radian means 180 degrees. So all we need to see is if this is radians, you can't have radian. It should be degrees up above. So I write 180 degrees divided by pi. So what happens? Pi cancels. 2 times 180 is 360 degrees. So 2 pi is 360 degree, right? Same way over here we have 210. But now imagine I'll just consider this 360 degrees. I want to convert to radian. Since degree I need to cancel it, I write degrees down here and pi up here. Why? Because pi is 180 degree. Now degrees cancel. This is 2 times, this is 1 time, so it's 2 pi. They are equal to each other. Same way I have 210 degrees multiplied by pi by 180. Now you can leave it like that or you can simplify it. Here zeros, you can just use your calculator guys in your exams. So this is 3 6 times, this is 7 times, so it's 7 by 6 pi. So this is the theta. What about our radius? How much is the radius? It starts from the polar pole over here, that's the 0, the origin, till 40, so it's full 40. So we just multiplied by 40 squared. So this is squared, not degrees. So you just put that in the calculator and there you go. That will be the answer for the area. So it's half. You can write 0.5 times 7 by 6. Or you can write this entire thing, 210 pi. That's up to you. Multiplied by pi, that is shift, and over here multiplied by 40, that's the radius squared. So the answer will be, you press this ST, it's 2932.15. They did not tell to round it off to anything, so we'll just take 2 decimal points, that's enough. So that'll be the answer. They have rounded off to the nearest tenth, but it's up to you. You just have to see which is the correct answer from the options, right? This is the correct one. So that's how we solve this. Now here we have different pair of polar coordinates for each point such. Okay, now this is given over here. Now this is the polar grid, right? It starts from 0 here, 90 here, 180, 270, and then again it goes to 360, isn't it? So we start like this. Now the radius over here is told to be 5. Imagine this is the radius 5. Here you can see the angle is not within 360. That means it's 960. It will keep on going one time, second time is 720. It keeps on going few times. But we don't want the whole circle. We just want it within the range of 0 to 180 degree. So what happens is, imagine for simplicity's sake, let's take 270 degrees. So it would go like this and over here, right? But now it cannot be 270. It should be within 0 to 10. So what you do is the radius is there, right? Imagine the radius was 5. So it would have been like this over here, this point, right? Take the negative radius. So if you take instead of 5, 270 degree, what is the other angle for this coterminal angle? It will be over here. That is minus 5, 90 degrees. So we just take the opposite side. So this is the basic understanding. You don't need to go through all this. I'll tell you a shortcut method since it's electronic part. Now here what we can do is we can just use our calculators And look at the question. They're asking for 180 degrees, right? All you need to do is write this 960 and keep subtracting 180. How many times? If you just subtract over here once, no. It should fall within 180. The number over here must be 180 degree or lesser than that. It should be within this range. It will happen if you keep on subtracting by 180. If they had asked 360, I'll show you. You just subtract it by 360. Sorry, yeah, it's 360. Once, no. You can do it again. So I'm just messing with the numbers. Okay, now it's correct. So this is within this range of 360. So this would be the answer, 5,270 degree. But since it's 180, we don't use 360 here. We start subtracting by 180. Again, subtracted by 180, subtract by 180. I know at least, but still it's above. Now what we will do is one more time. Now you can see it's 60 degrees. So I got the angle over here. The answer will be 60 degrees. But what about the radius? So let us count it. It's 1 time 180 is taken, 2, 3, 4, 5. Since it's 5 times, this means it'll be in the more than 180 degree over here somewhere. So what you need to do is just subtract. We have to take the coterminal. Just write this 5 as minus. So in the shortcut method, all you need to remember is keep subtracting by whatever they have given. How many times it's done? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If it's an odd number, just change the the radius to negative number. That's it. Now let's do this one over here. It's 5 pi by 2. You can convert everything to degrees if you find it easy. So 5 by 2 pi conversion will be just multiply by 180. The answer is 450 degrees, right? You can subtract. That's already, now the problem is you should not take it as an answer. You should take it as 450 degrees. Subtracted by 180. Once, no. Again, subtracted by twice, yes. Now it is within the range. So what this means is within 2 times we got, this is an even number, right? So the sign will remain the same. So the radius will remain the same. Minus 2.5, comma 90 degree would be the answer. But here, since it's in radian, we have to convert this 90 degree to radians. That will be pi by 2. Or if you're getting confused with the degrees to radian, let me just take this value here, 5 by 2 pi, shift and over here, subtracted with pi, that's 180 degree, right? See, it's 0 to pi. No, we need to have within pi. The 3 by 2 is 1.5. That's no good. We will subtract it by again. Now look over here, it's half. Half is within this, right? 0 to pi, yes, it's half pi. That means this is the answer. How many times we have subtracted pi? 1, 2. So it's even number. We keep this radius same. So you can see the answer over here will be minus 560 and minus 2.5 and pi by 2. Same thing can be done over here. You just have to subtract it so many times by pi here, and over here it's 180 degrees. Count the number. If it is even number, you leave the radius. See this, when you subtract over here, it will be even number, so the 4 remains the same. Here also it's even number. You can see k was even, so it will be the same value. If it was odd, you change the sign. Now this one as well, please do it by yourselves. Now this one changes. Look here. What happened? Odd number we will get. You can try it and you'll get odd. And the same thing over here. It's odd number again. So we replace with minus. We just multiply a negative sign to this and we get positive 6. Another real world problem. Suppose a singer is performing at an amphitheater. We can model the situation with polar coordinates by assuming that the singer is standing at the pole and is facing at the direction of the polar axis. This is important. Let me just draw a rough figure. This is the pole, right? The singer is over here and this is the polar axis, isn't it? 0. So he is facing like this, okay? The seats can be described as occupying area defined by negative 45 degrees. So somewhere over here to positive 40. So all this region, there are seats. And look over here, the radius is from 30 to 240. Imagine this was 240 degrees. It's not from 0, it's from 30. It's somewhere over here. Is that clear? So I drew this wrong. It should be, I'll just change the color here. See, this and this sector. This is the region with the seats. I hope that's clear. It's from 30 degrees to 240. So these are the sectors. All these regions have the seats covered. So we have to sketch the polar grid. This is the sketch. Okay, it's not accurate, but it's okay, See here, it's from, don't start from the zero. What I did was I started from zero, but then I realized radius is from 30. So you need to start it from 30 here, and then it goes until 240, as you can see. So that is how we get it. And then this is the sector where the seats are there. There's another question. If each person needs 5 square meters of space, how many seats can fit the amphitheater? So let me get this back. Now here we need the area, but the problem is we are not starting from zero. The area formula I told you, half theta r square. But here the issue is the radius is not a single from zero, right? There are two radiuses. So imagine you start from zero. Then we get this entire sector, okay? And then what is this region? This is from 30, right? Let's take the radius first, 240, you'll get the entire sector, and then we'll take it as 30 and subtract this part, so you're getting the remaining actual part. So the area would be here, half theta of 240 degrees, the south side, multiplied with r 240 degrees. Basically, you can substitute the proper values itself. Let me just properly substitute. What is theta? It's 45 up, 45 down, so it's 90 degrees, but we can't use degrees. We have to use radians. 90 is pi by 2. You need to remember a few things, like 90 is pi by 2, 180 is pi, 270 is 3 pi by 2, 360 is 2 pi. These are some basic things you need to remember so that you can easily convert in your mind itself. 45 would be just divide this by 2, it will be pi by 4, and so on. So here we will use pi by 2 multiplied by, what is the radius? It's 240 squared. That's the outer radius. See from here. That's our outer minus, again the same thing, half pi by 2. Why? Because it's the same degrees, right? But here now the radius is only 30 squared, the inner radius. Outer minus the inner. So this is out minus in. Now you just put that in the calculator, you will get the answer. Let's do it. So it's half, that's 0. You can remove half and pi by 2 outside, but I'll just substitute everything directly because calculator does the job for you. Pi by 2 multiplied by 240 degrees. So it's 40. Again, my bad. Okay, minus, open the brackets now, because otherwise minus will be only considered for the first thing. But since it's all multiplied, it's okay. But still, always open the brackets. It's much better. And pi by 2 over here divided by 2, that is multiplied by 30 square. See, now I had done a mistake over here. I had not put square. After multiplying by 240, it's squared. See, I've written over here as degrees. Please don't do that mistake in your exam. It's power 2. Now then, the answer would be so much, 44,532.07 square meters. Now the thing is, each person requires 5 square meters, right? This is correct now what we got. But it's not the final answer. We have to divide it by 5. See, whatever we got is absolutely correct. That's the area of the sector after we solve it up. But then divide it by 5. Why? Because each person requires 5 square meters of area. So the final answer would be, so many 8,906.42. That's basically 8,906 seats can be fitted in this particular amphitheater. So that's how we solve this problem. Here, it's again a similar thing. It's just that, see, they have given you everything, but we do not know what is the radius beginning at. We know the area, but we don't know the, the inner radius. So let me write the formula. Area would be equal to half into theta, that is the outer minus inner, right? So I'll write outer, O, r outer square minus half times theta inner, and over here inner radius the whole square. So all you do is substitute what all you know. We know the area is 314.4 1/6 equals half. What is outer? This is theta doesn't change. Theta will be theta only, okay? For both it'll be same, so you can just ignore that. Only the radius changes. So I shouldn't have even written that. But anyways, if you see the theta that's given over here, 5 pi by 6, and over here it's pi by 6. So here, remember, this is the angle. It's not a negative positive. So what we need to do is 5 pi by 6 minus pi by 6. Okay? So whatever the answer we get, that will be the theta. So it's basically 5 pi by 6 minus 1 by 6 pi. You can just do it in your mind as well. It'll be 4 pi by 6, or you can just write in calculator if you do, it'll calculate for you. So what is the outer radius now? Here it's 20 square minus. You can write the same thing again, but there is one trick. Instead of writing it many times, see here, half and theta is same. So you can take the half and theta outside. What remains is outer radius squared minus inner radius squared. So I'm just going to do that. These two will be the same thing. It's outer radius squared minus inner radius is unknown. So I'll take it as x squared. Since your calculator can solve this as equation, we will directly put it in the calculator, and it is electronic exam. You do not need to do any steps here. So we need to type it out. Half times, here you can write it as directly 4 pi by 6, but I'm just going to write whatever it is as it is over here, the substitution. It's 5 pi divided by 6 minus pi by 6. Or you can write 1 pi by 6, it's the same thing. Or you can write this answer 4 pi by 6 as well. Then this is all multiplied. Remember, when we have subtraction over here, put a bracket. Make sure you put the brackets properly. And here it's 20 squared minus x squared. I forgot to write the area first, but I'll write it now. Equals 314.16. So shift and solve and then press equal to. The answer is 9.999. You know, this is basically 10. So let's just see the answer. Here, this is all done. Yeah, it's 10 feet because, 9.999 corresponds to almost 10. So over here, this radius was 10, the outer inner radius, and the outer radius is 20. Now, don't get confused by, okay, it's so close, it might be 1 or 2. No, you need to do it in the area formula, and then only you'll get the proper answer. Now then we have to find the missing coordinates. Now this one over here, P1 times P2, that is the distance formula. It's similar to the distance formula. Let me write the formula. When the two coordinates over here, P1, P2 is equal to, see this is R and theta, right? Coordinates of polar grid. What we need to do is the first one. Here you can write first one plus R2, second one squared. Now this will be minus 2 times R1, R2, cosine theta. See, now remember it's theta 2, the second angle minus the first angle. This is the formula. Now all we do is substitute here. What is P1 times P2? It's 4.174. That is equal to here. The first one is 1 and 1. P1 means R1, theta 1, R2, theta 2 for P2. So now we will substitute the values. It's 3 squared plus. Now we do not know what is R2. That is what we are solving. I'll just leave it as R minus 2 times 3 times R. Now we have cosine, all multiplied with cosine. It's 75 degrees minus 35 degrees. Now remember, when we have cosine, we directly can't put it in the calculator. If you just put this in the calculator, you will get an error. The reason being, when you take cosine to the other side, it should be cos inverse and all that, but still your quadratics, never put it in calculator. What we do is we square it. We can put it in calculator, but after some steps. Square both the sides and then take all this to the other side, and over here, see how much you can simplify. Here we have to square it up. 4.174 squared will be equal to 17.42. So let me write it over here, 17.42. That will be equal to the square root, and square cancels off. So you're remaining with 9 plus r squared minus, what about this part here? You just put this in the calculator. 2 times 3 times cosine 75 minus 35. This is the answer. It's plus 4.59. But there's minus sign which remains. See, now this minus sign is already there. Whatever the answer we got over here is 4.59. I'll take it as 4.6. It's much easier. But this minus sign was already there in the equation, okay? That's why if it was minus 4.59, then I would have to make it plus here. Now it's not over, there is r. Don't forget the r, which is a variable. So this is the simplification here. Now before I continue, I just want to tell you about the degree mode. Now see, these 35 and 75 are in degrees, and our calculator is also in degree mode. That's absolutely fine. But if at all yours was like this, see, shift 4. Now if it was r over here, up here, that means it's radian mode. Your answer will be wrong. See, this is wrong answer. Either clear your calculator or press shift mode and 3. Now it's in degree mode, and now press equal to. This is the correct answer. Hope that's clear. Now before we finish off, see, this is now looking as quadratic equation. You can see there's r square minus 4.6r. Get this 17.42 to the other side will become minus. Minus 17.42 plus 9 will be minus 8.42. So now we just go to mode 5 and 3. This is quadratics. What is before x square or r square here? It's nothing, that's 1. Then we have minus 4.6. Lastly, we have minus 8. Now I have not pressed equal to here. Minus 4.6 equal to. Then we have to press minus 8.42. The answer is 6. Okay, now see here, this is 6.00. You just take it as 6. The reason being, we have not taken all the decimal values, isn't it, over here? So that's why we'll just take it as 6. And then we have negative 1.4. Now here we are getting two values. Don't think, okay, radius can't be negative. It can be, it can be in the other direction. So we can consider both the answers. Just see which is the correct options. Both must be there. It's either 6 or 4.03. It's very close to 4. Here they have taken the exact values. That's the reason they are getting this answer. We are very, very close to 4.1. We got negative 1.403. That's also fine. So that'd be the answers. Now the remaining problem is the same thing, same formula, just the given values differ. Here they have not given you what exactly is missing. Theta. That's the theta 2 is missing. So you need to do the same formula, but just find theta 2. Similarly, the other ones as well. Here now everything is in radian. So please, when you're solving this cosine, everything, make it into radian mode. Shift mode and 4. That'll be radian. And lastly here as well. So these are the answers. Here there are two possible answers, either 1 or 5.13. And that is the end of question 10. Please practice many problems and be very thorough with the formulas. Before we move on to the next question, a humble request to all of you. If you're finding these videos helpful, please do share it with your friends. Let them know about this channel. There are more than 1,000 videos related to math. Another humble request to all of you. Please do subscribe to my channel. I want to thank all those who have subscribed to it. As you can see, only 22.3% of my viewers are subscribed to the channel. It would mean a lot to me if you could just hit the subscribe button. Question 11 is about classical curves, or also known as special type of polar graphs. Now here, these are some of the basic things you should know, the standard forms and how the curve looks like, and then we can easily solve the problems. Here you can see the circle. These are circles, right? It's either right or left. That's in the horizontal axis or the vertical axis. If it's in the horizontal axis, it's cosine. If it's at the right, it is a cosine theta, but a is positive value. It'll be plus. Whereas if it's left side, it's minus. Here, it'll be minus 2 cosine theta or something like that. So that's how we denote it. Whereas if it's up and down, it'll be sine and sine. So r equals a sine theta. When it's up, it's positive. Down, it'll be negative. And then we have over here Lemasson's. So you can see this over here. There's a loop here. Whenever there's a loop, the standard form is similar to this: a plus a minus b or a plus b. Now there is sine and cosine. If it's on the right side, it has cosine. Down or up, it'll be sine. And since it's in the electronic part, you just have to figure out the correct option. So you don't need to go in depth of memorizing all the things. Just Remember how it looks like. So now if it's at the left side, you can see over here, it'll have minus here. See, even over here, down will be minus b sine, left side minus b cos. And then if it's up, it'll be plus and it's sine. Why? Because it's up over here, down is sine, but it's minus. The right will be positive, left will be negative. It is all a pattern. Now we call them cardioid if it's in such form. Here, dimpled Lamarcin and then convex Lamarcin, and over here in a loop. Now then we have roses. Depends on the number of petals. If you see here, this is how many odd number, 3 petals. If you count over here, there are 5 petals. Then this number here, n, will be 5. Okay? Whereas over here, if there is, say, even number, let's start with the thing, n2. You can count over here, there are 4 petals. But if it's an even number, there's a catch. N will be 2, but the petals will be twice than that. If n is 2 here, say you have 3 sine 2 theta. Then if it's in the shape of rose, you won't have 2 petals, you'll have 4 petals times 2 for even numbers. Even over here, this n is 4 theta, but you will have 8 petals because 4 is an even number. Whereas if it's odd number, it remains the same. Then we have lemniscates. Over here, you can see this is a lemniscate wherever it's on the axis. See, on this horizontal axis, it's cosine, whereas if it's not on the axis, then it is sine. And these are this is the last one, spiral of Archimedes. And over here, you can see it's a spiraling one. Now let's look into the problems. Here we need to write the equation for this graph. You will have 4 options and just figure out which is the correct one. I know something, a radius is how much? 3. It has something to do with 3. And then, sorry, not the radius, the amplitude. It starts from 0 to 3, right? This is between 2 and 4, it's 3. And then it's up, so it's sine. It's in the vertical axis and its upside will be positive sine. So it's 3 sine theta, positive answer. Now what about this one? If you see at this one, it's lemniscate. Let's write the standard formula because it has to do with r squared a squared sine 2 theta. Why did I write sine here? Because it's not like this on the horizontal axis. If it's not on the horizontal axis, you just take it as sine. Just look at this one, whether it's there or no over here. And then let's substitute. Now what is the a value here? It's 1, 2, 3. It's not just 3. A value is 3. 3 squared sine 2 theta. So it'll be 9 sine 2 theta. That will be the answer. This is lemniscate. So in your options, you must have r squared and 9. So it's easy to figure out. Just count the amplitude and see which has 9. If anything doesn't have 9, you can ignore it. Then you can see whether it's sine or cosine and figure out the answer. So over here, looking at the options, see this is the answer, right? How would you see easily? 4. Okay, let's count the petals. It must be 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yes. You will have to choose the correct option. So first count the petals. You have 8 petals. This is a rose. So see which has 4 theta. So if anything that doesn't have 4 theta, that's the wrong answer. Only one or maybe 2 options will have 4 theta. So now look over here. Is it on the horizontal axis? Yes, over here you can see it's on the horizontal axis. So it's cosine, not sine. If it was not on this, see this horizontal axis there, if it was not over there, then it would have been sine. What is the amplitude? It's 3 here. That's it. Similarly, please do go through these problems. I'll just quickly run through them. Now over here we have only 3 petals, so it should be 3 theta, and it is not on the horizontal axis. Can you see here? There's no horizontal axis, so it's sine, and the radius is 4. Over here this is a circle. Left side will be cosine, but it's minus 2 is the amplitude, cosine theta. And over here again lemniscate. A lemniscate will be having r squared equals, now what is this? 2. Amplitude is 2, but it will be 2 squared is 4. Since it's on the axis, it's cosine 2 theta. We have a different type of problem now. It's about a fan. A ceiling fan has a central motor with 5 blades that each extend 4 units from the center. The shape of the fan can be represented by a rose curve. Now they have told it's a rose. So if you remember, r is equal to a sine n theta, depending on the number of petals. It can also be cosine, right? Because see, now they have just told it's a rose curve. We cannot be 100% sure whether it's, on the horizontal axis or no. So we just write both of them, okay? It's cosine n theta. So now what is n? 5 blades, petals, right? There are 5. So I can directly write it's phi theta, phi theta. and it's sine or cosine. Now, what is the it extends 4 units, means this is 4 units long. The petals are 4 units, so it's 4, and over here also 4. That is the answer. So this is it. It'll be this or this. You can choose any one of that because there can be sine or cosine. It'll just flip, but as long as these conditions are satisfied, all these conditions are satisfied. So that's the answers. Now then, sketch the graph. We need to sketch the graph. Now, sketching graph, you can do it in calculator as well directly, or you can just look over here. There are 5 petals, and this is extending towards amplitude of 4. Yes, that's it. That's the graph. Now here you can also do it by the table method. Since it's an electronic part, you do not need to do this. You can just figure out the correct graph. But remember, in your exam, you can have, there are 2 graphs over here. So this or this. So both are possible. When it's sine, it doesn't touch the horizontal axis. Now here, okay, we need to prove. Now this may not come for the electronic part because these are proving problems. But let's prove this one anyways. Uh, let's see what they have told. We need to prove the symmetry along the line. Theta is equal to pi by 2. Pi by 2 is 90 degrees. Okay. Now imagine over here. We need to prove the symmetry. Imagine, let's take a point like this. If it's symmetrical means like a parabola. You know parabola, right? Along the x-axis, the y-axis, it's symmetrical. This point and this point have the same y value. They're all symmetrical like this, isn't it? So same way, if I take this point, the y value is say 5 here. On the other side, along this, if I just extend it, it's the same x value over here. Imagine this is 4. It's not to the scale. If I take -4, this must be 5 itself. That is the concept. Now it's not about x and y coordinates. We are dealing with polar coordinates, right? So here imagine the degree theta is 45 degrees. So here what will be the answer? It will be 180 minus 45, right? So it will be 135. Basically this, and from here to here, it's 135. How do we get it from the second quadrant? It's always, how much is the axis here? It's always pi or 180 degrees minus this theta value. That is how we find anything from this left side. Or you can take it as pi minus theta. So all we do is, since over here theta is given radians, we need to have 2 points, say r and theta. Radius over here I've considered as phi. Imagine r and theta, and the points r comma pi minus theta must be equal. So just substitute over here and we will check, because r and theta is already there, right? Now instead of theta, I will put 3 plus sine. Theta becomes pi minus theta. You might have realized this sine pi minus theta is in the form of sine a minus b, isn't it? So we need to write this formula. It's sine a cos b minus sine b cos a. In the next problem, I'll just write the 4 formulas, but now I'll just substitute and solve. Here, it'll be 3 as it is. Now this one, you will have to apply sine pi, that is sine a multiplied by cosine theta minus, it's minus because the minus. If it was plus for sine, it's just plus. So it's very easy to remember. Then we start with sine b, that is sine theta multiplied by cosine pi. Now this all over here. Now let's try to solve how much we can. What is sine pi? Pi is 180 degrees. Sine 0 is 0. Sine pi is also 0. So it will be 0 here. So that is gone. This part. Minus. What about sine theta cos pi? Cos pi is 180 degrees. 180. Yes. It starts with 1 and it becomes minus 1. Why? Because cosine 180 equals, if you just put in the calculator or you put pi, it'll be minus 1, isn't it? The graph starts from here. So this is minus 1. So now here what happens is we have minus 1 multiplied by minus, it'll become plus sine theta. So it'll be 3 plus sine theta, that is equal to r. Is this the same question? Absolutely. So if we apply these conditions of symmetry over here, symmetric about this line, we will definitely get the same answer, right? So that means what? Yes, they are symmetrical. So that's the thing. So this is how we solve it, but this may not come because this is electronic part. You might be asked the other questions which you solved previous to this. Now I'll just write the formulas over here. Sine A plus B, sine A minus B. Then I'll do the cosine because these are the easiest. I personally feel these are easiest. You start with sine A, cos B. Don't write sine. Whenever this sine and sine cannot be together, then since it's plus, you write plus. Again, start with always sine first, but now this time the second value, that is B cos A. Here as well, sine, cosine, sine, cosine. What do you start with? A, B, A, B. So it's so simple. Only the thing is it's minus here. Whereas what happens in cosine A plus B and cosine A minus B? Now in this case, you have to write like this. Cosine is the first one, right? You always have to start if it's sine, sine, but next can't be sine. Sine, sine cannot be together for sine functions. Whereas cosine will be just cosine, cosine, and I'll write the signs in a while, and it'll be sine and sine together. Only when it is cos A plus B. So it's sine and sine. Now what happens here? See, you start with A, B, even over here it's the same thing, A, B. Down as well, it's A, B, A, B. But what is the difference? If it's plus here, the minus sign is there. If it's minus, it's plus. The signs are inverted. It's like kind of flipped, rather than being plus, plus. If it's plus, it's minus. Minus becomes plus. So that's the thing. These are the formulas. You can just take those down. Just remember how to write any of those formulas. You can just take some time, think, and you can get the formula expansion. Now here they have told it's symmetric about the pole. So that means pole is the center, it'll be r minus r, theta, r comma theta. Why? Let me just show you. So this is the pole, right? So imagine I have this point over here. So symmetry along the pole means just extend it in the opposite direction, right? So if r comma theta is there, the opposite direction, theta will be the same thing, but your minus r comma theta, the r value becomes minus, isn't it? So that's the thing. And because you've put minus over here, it'll be easily squared. Similarly, go through these problems. These are proving problems. All the proofs are over here. This one as well. Over here, you can see all the steps are there. And okay, now we have one more real world problem. The shape of a certain type of a clover can be represented using a rose curve. Write a polar equation for the clover if it has 5 petals with a length of 2 units each. Now A value is 2, petals are 5, it's odd number, so it'll be 5 theta. So it's very simple, right? Now it will be either sine or cosine. We have done the similar one before. N is 5 theta, 5 theta. What is the length over here? A value is 2 and 2. Since it's just specified, we don't know exactly which is touching the horizontal axis or no, we take both the answers. If it's 4 petals, now here 4 petals means it is an even number. So n value will be half of it. 2 theta will be the answer. See, it's 2 theta, 2 theta. Why? Because petals will be half of this. And then this length doesn't change. It'll be just 7. Now it's 8 petals. Again, it'll be 4 theta. Half of 8 is 4 theta, and 6 cos and 6 sine because the length is 6. That is the end of question 11. Just remember this special type of curves. Understand what is rose, what is lemniscate, what are circles. Then you can easily figure out the correct answer. The question 12 is about converting polar and rectangular equations. In these questions, they have also given the graph. They have asked you to identify the graph. If they ask you to find the graph, it's very simple. Look at this equation, x equals minus 2, right? Your answer will be a straight line at minus 2. 1, 2, minus 2, straight line. If you have any other equations, you can just plug in the points and see whether it matches the y value. So it's very simple. But you might be asked to find this equation. How do we get that? So before we begin, you must know few things. See, whenever you have x, you must remember it is r cosine theta and y will be r sine theta. This is from converting rectangular form. This is x and y coordinates, right? Rectangular to polar, we use this. The answer must be in terms of sine and r. Our final answer must be r at one side and theta at other side, like this, the equation. Okay, as we have rectangular coordinates, it'll be y is equal to x, right, generally. So the same way. Now let's solve this. X is what? R cosine theta equals -2. Now then, here your r multiplied to cosine theta equals -2. Now this one here, it's cosine theta. Can we take it to the other side? Now, some students get confused. When we take cos to the other side, isn't it cos inverse? Should I take cos inverse? No. If you're finding the angle only cos inverse, we take cos inverse on both the sides. Here I'm taking this entire thing to the other side, right? So divide both the sides by cos theta. That's it. R equals -2 divided by cos theta, or you just take it to the other side. You can directly write this up. And then here 1 by cosine theta. What are the reciprocal identities? Secant theta is equal to 1 by cosine theta. Cosecant theta, CSC theta, is equal to 1 by sine theta. And then what do we have? Cotangent. Cot theta is equal to 1 by tan theta. So these are the formulas, right? We just use the reciprocal identity here. R equals -2. What is 1 by cosine? It is secant theta. That is the final answer. Now to graph this, you can use the table method in the calculator. You can use this over here to graph various ways. Okay, you can just put x and y. You can easily find out the correct answer because it's electronic part. But getting this is important. Now then, this is the answer. It's -2 secant theta. What about this one? Here you can directly apply x is equal to r cosine theta, y is r sine theta. But since you can see there is the form of a plus b the whole square here, right? That is a squared plus 2 times ab plus b squared. So we'll apply that formula here. X squared plus 2 times x and 5 will be 10x plus 5 squared is 25 plus y squared equals 25. Now you can see 25 and 25, won't they cancel off? If you take this plus 25 to the other side, it becomes 25 minus 25, it's 0 here. Okay, but what is x? X is r cosine theta the whole squared plus 10 into r cosine theta plus y is r sine theta the whole square over here as well is equal to 0. Now you must remember from the unit circle, we know that cosine square theta plus sine square theta equals 1. This is very important to remember. Now, when we square it, it's multiplied, right? Just square both of them individually. It'll be cos square theta r square theta plus 10. Now, what I'll do is this 10, right? I'll take it to the other side. Okay, I'll write it later. So over here, r square sine square theta equals, this becomes minus 10r cosine theta. Now remember, we have this r, we will take it back to the other side in some time, but here I can simplify this. This r and r, I can take it outside, r square is common outside. You have cos square theta plus sine square theta, that is equal to minus 10r cosine theta. This entire thing becomes 1. So r square over here is equal to minus 10r cos theta. Now here, see, it's not over. If you leave it like this, you won't have the correct option. Now, since it's electronic part, it's easy to realize your mistake. But if it's a writing, this is not the final answer. You need to divide both the sides by r. I need to get r at one side, right? So r equals -10 cosine theta. Looking at this is x squared plus y squared equals r squared, right? So this is a circle. You can see the standard form is a circle. If it was r squared, it's not a circle. This is a circle again. So you can see that's the answer. -10 cosine theta. Similarly, please do these problems yourselves. So here it's very simple. Just substitute y as r sine theta and you get the answer. And otherwise, you know, at -3, draw a flat line. That is a horizontal line because it's y equals -3. This would be the answer. And this one over here, x is y squared. Now it's a parabola, but it's inverted towards the horizontal axis right side. And here, all you do is substitute and simplify. Same thing with this one. We just solved a similar one. The second problem was similar to this. Here as well. Let me see the other way around. This is all rectangular to polar. I want to do from polar to rectangular. Again, over here it's same. See, over here what you do is y is r sine theta, x is r cosine theta. Remember, this root 3 is only for 3, not for x. So here this r to the other side, r is cancelled off. Now we are only sine theta and cosine theta. See, r and r cancels here, because you take this to the other side, r cancels. Sine by cosine is tan theta. What is theta value? Take tan to the other side, tan inverse of root 3, you get pi by 3. So this is the answer. In some cases where, r cancels off, then you will have only theta. So that is also in polar form itself, theta or r, that's fine. Now here as well, all are rectangular forms. And this one as well over here, you can see. Okay, we got one problem now, which is given in the polar form. We need to convert to rectangular form. Let's do this one. What do we know about r? So now you might be thinking, okay, x is equal to r cosine theta. Should I substitute this? Here when you look, there is r. But there is a very important formula. R squared is x squared plus y squared, right? So this is what I need to substitute r as. Okay, and then what is r cosine theta and what is r sine theta? We wrote it a while ago. R cosine theta is x, this is y. Now I have sine theta. If I have one more r over here, it would have helped me a lot. So what I do is I need r square and r over here. So I multiply both the sides by r. So it's going to be r power 2, 3r sine theta. And now this r square is basically x squared plus y squared equals 3. But now what is r sine theta? That is y. Now here when you look at this, there's y squared, 3y. I can complete this as square. See, now looking at this, I know it's a circle. I need to have the final answer as x squared, y squared equals r squared. Even if r is not there, that's fine. But I need to group these two together. So this would be by completing the square. So it's going to be r squared plus y squared minus 3y, that is equal to 0, right? I need to complete this as a whole square. The rule for that is very simple. I hope you remember. See, I'll directly write the answer and explain. This y squared, write it as y, only y. And this, whatever is over here, see, this is what minus 3, you should divide it by 2. Divide this by 2 and y goes off. So 3 divided by 2 is minus 1.5. If this was plus, it would be plus, minus is minus. 3 by 2 is 1.5. Now write the whole square outside. But there is one important thing. You must always, to balance this out when we complete this square, the rule is after so much, you must do minus, no matter what, if it's plus or minus, minus the second term square. 1.5 square, that is equal to 0. So this is the rule. Now we'll take this minus 1.5 to the other side. We will have x squared plus y minus 1.5 the whole square equals 1.5 squared. That would be the final answer. That's a circle over here. You can see here. Okay, you can square 1.5, it'll be 2.25. So 15 squared is 225, right? So yeah, that's it. That is the answer. But just square this up. Here we go. So that is how we can easily solve these problems. Please do try these as well. I'll do this one because over here there's only theta. In such cases, you have to take tan on both the sides. Tan theta equals minus pi by 3. But over here also it'll be tan, okay? Tan of minus pi by 3. Now pi by 3 is how much? It's root 3. Minus will be minus root 3, I believe. But we can use our calculators and check. So over here, tan minus pi, that is over here, shift and pi divided by 3. Close the bracket. But now if it's in degrees, you'll get the wrong answer. This is wrong. Press shift, mode and 4 to radian. And now you'll get the correct answer. It's minus root 3. So right side will be minus root 3. But what about the left side? Tan theta. It's y by x. So we'll take the x to the other side. Y is equal to x times minus root 3, or you can write it as number first, minus root 3x. That's the answer. Anyone will be in the options. Usually the last form which I wrote will be in the options. So you can see it's y is equal to minus root 3x. Same over here, just use x squared, y squared. That's it. That's the answer. And remember, square both the sides. Here you don't multiply r. Don't think of multiplying. Why? Because there is nothing. No sine, no cosine. You'll just complicate it. So square here, square here. And then r square is x square plus y square. That's a circle. Here we did similar problem as well. Now you can see the steps here. Please try solving them by yourselves. Only few formulas. There are 4 formulas you must remember, and then easily done. Now over here tan theta is directly given, so directly substitute, and that's it. Here as well. Now what about cosecant theta? It's 1 by sine theta. Then when you take sine theta to the other side, it will be r sine theta, that is y. Then we can solve it. And over here r alone, so square both the sides, and then you will get 16, and over here r square is x square plus y square. Now what about this one? It's 1 by tan. 1 by tan is basically x by y. So cotangent is x by y, tangent is y by x, right? So cotangent is 1 by tan, isn't it? So that's why we can directly write x by y as well, and then rearrange them, and you can get the answer. Remember, y must be alone at one side and everything else to the other side. That's why we write y equals minus 1 by 7x. Now here theta, we have done this problem as well. Just take tan on both the sides and solve it up. And secant theta will be 1 by cosine theta, and then take cosine to the other side. It will be x is equal to 1. You can see the line over here. And that's the end of question 12. Question 13 is to find the types of sequences. Here they're asking us whether the sequence is convergent or divergent. Now, whenever they have given you equations like this or like this, these are not the same type. First of all, this one is a formula which can be called as an explicit formula. Explicit means you can get to any nth term directly. In the sense, if I want to find A10, all I just need to do is 10 to the power 10. And I'm going to get the answer 10th term. Whereas look at the first formula here. This is a recursive formula because here you need to know the previous term. A1 is already given and the n value is from the 2 and above. So 1.5 multiplied by, if I want to find this fifth term, say n is equal to 5, I can't find it. Why? Because here will be 5 minus 1. 1.5 A4. What is the fourth term? I don't know. If I go to the fourth term, it'll be 1.5 A4 minus 1. That will be 1.5 times A3. So I need to know the third term. To find the third term, I need to know the second term and so on. So I can just go one term at a time. So these are the conditions. This is called recursive, whereas explicit can be used to find any term directly. But that is not what we want. I just told that anyways, if at all that's asked. But here they are asking us whether it's convergent or divergent. So what you need to do over here is find the terms, find some terms. And since this is the electronic part, I'll just use calculator and show you how to do it. Here, let's type this equation. 1.5 multiplied by, what is this an? An, n minus 1, it depends. If you want to find the second term, you need to know the previous one. So obviously, we can only go to a2 now. That is multiplied by 4. So now let me just solve this up. It'll be 6. So the first term was 4 and the next term is now 6. Now what happens here? I need to find 1.5 times 6 here. That is 9. Now next one will be 9 over here. And it keeps on going. 13.5 and so on. So this was 9, 13.5. Now look at this. It's just being multiplied and it keeps on going more and more and more. So if you graph it out, it starts with 4, right? It just keeps on going up and up and up. It doesn't converge to one single point. It just diverges. It's called divergent because there is no way it comes to a single point eventually. That's not going to happen here. Whereas now let's look at the next one here. It's 5 divided by 10 to the power 1. It's 10 to the power 1. This is the power symbol. Let me just spell it properly. It's 10 power 1. What happened? It's 0.5. Let me change this to power 2. It's 0.05. Let me make it power 3. So here, if I change it to power 3, or let me go ahead, okay, like power 8. What's happening? It's 0.0005. Thing is, if you plot this, you will come to know it starts 0.5. It's converging towards 0. The values will be like half, that is 0.5, 0.05, 0.005, and it is going towards what? Zero. It's converging towards zero, so we can call this as convergent. If you look at the the answers are directly given, but this one converges to zero. That's why we call it convergent, because the points are going towards a single value, but this points never go to a single value. This is going towards infinity, so it is diverging. Now let's look at over here. These are also the same thing. Let me just use the calculator and directly tell you within just few values whether it's converging or diverging. Now when I look at this, I know it is explicit. Only I need n values. So what I'll do in such cases, I'll put n as x squared minus 8x plus 106. To find the first term, I'll calculate n at 1. X at 1, that is n at 1, 97. Calculated at 2, you're getting 86. Calculated at 3, okay, now it's coming closer. So let me just calculate it bigger values. Okay, minus 22, let me take it as 12. Minus, okay, let me just take, say, 50. Okay, now you understood it was reducing, but it's just going like this. It keeps on going towards minus infinity, so it's again divergent. You're not gonna get a single answer. It's diverging. What about this one? Here we need to know the previous value. We can't use calculate option. No, we have to type it out. 3/4 is 0.75 multiplied by, what is the previous term? Minus 64. So the answer here is minus 48. Now here what happens? It's minus 48. Next answer. So there is a way you can easily alter this. Wherever the n minus 1 is there, right? Put answer. So as you keep on going, what is happening is you will come to know the value. See? Now I'll just press more equal to see. What can you see? It's converging. Where is it converging? Towards 0. So I can tell this is convergent. I always start with the first value, minus 64. The answer is minus 48, right? Then I change wherever an is there, because only one spot an is there, right? If there are two variables, this is not possible. Since only an minus 1 is there, put answer, press equal to. And you will see the values are converging towards 1 and it becomes very, very close to 0. So it's convergent. Here as well, please do solve it by yourself so you can see this is the answer. Each step is given. I mean, you don't need to do all this. Just find few values and you can see it's converging, so it'll be convergent. And here as well, they're all the same type, but this one you can see it's 3 1 3 1 3 1. What's happening? It's just alternating between threes and ones, so it is just divergent. There is no proper value. It just goes 3, so it's like this, right? 3 1 3 1 doesn't make any sense. It's not converging to a single value. It's divergent. Here as well, you need to do it by yourself, and then you can see it's divergent. Why? Because minus 1 minus 1 1 5 11, it's going towards infinity. And this one as well. Now this one here, no, it is not convergent. See, because 125 1.1.25 1.6 2 point, it's increasing. Eventually it will go to infinity. That's why. Similarly, please do solve these problems as well, and then you can see whether it's convergent or divergent. Same with over here. Please do find some values and then check whether it's converging or diverging. Now here they are asked you to find the fifth partial sum. How do we find the sums? Fifth partial sum. See, now there is formulas, but in certain cases the formulas are not going to help if there is, because they're not a proper sequence. They're not giving you something like this, where you can find the common difference, the first term, the last term. Nothing is given, right? So in such cases, for these these are like different types of sequences, right? You cannot use the formulas. I mean, it's better to do in simple way. Find the five terms. Find A1, A2, A3, A4, A5, and then just add them up. So it will take time, but since you have calculator, you can just put it in the calculator. Since over here there's only n's, I'll take it as x multiplied by x minus 4. Close the bracket. Now again there is a bracket. X minus 3. Instead of n, we use x, and calculated at 1. The answer is 6. Calculated at 2, 4. Then we calculated at 3. It's 0. 6, 4. I should have written it down. Just let me just write it down over here. So we are getting 6, 4, 0 over here and over here. Calculated at 4. You're getting again 0 calculated at 5. We're getting 10. So we got two zeros here and then 10. Now add them up. It's 10 plus 10, it's 20. So the sum of the first fifth partial sum would be 20. So that's how we do it. We find the four terms, 6, 4, 0, 0, 10, and then add them up. That's it. Same way over here as well. You can find the six terms because they told sixth. Find them up, write it out, and then add it. See, now here it's minus 2, minus 4.25. Don't worry, it'll be, just put it in the calculator. You can just put it as plus, even without the brackets also it'll work, but it's better to put brackets because it's negative numbers. Or you just have to subtract all of them. That's it. And similarly over here as well, just put this in the calculator, find the 8 terms, A1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then add them up. This S8 indicates the sum of 8 terms or the partial sum of them. And over here the final answer would be 428, 25 here. Try them up. Now, what about this one? Let me do that over here. Here there is n as well as an minus 1. So this is a recursive formula. You need to know the previous term. What is this modulus symbol? That means whatever the symbol is there inside, you just have to take the positive sign. Now let me type it out. Minus 1. I need to put the brackets because I need to take the power. Power. N is, you can't start with 1. It should be 2 or more, and 1 is already given. So let's write 2 minus 1. 2 minus 1. And over here, what do we have is bracket, and then absolute value can be written by shift and HYP, that is absolute value. What is the previous value? It's 4, and then this is added to 3, close the bracket. Now here you can put a multiplication sign, which makes it easier. Even if you don't put it, it's fine. So the answer is minus 7. So we know A1 is 4, A2 is negative 7. What about A3 now? You just have to keep on changing only few things. First thing is here 3, and then what you can do is you can just change this to answer, because whatever the previous stored answer will be substituted over here. Or if you write the minus 7 is the answer, if you don't want to put the absolute value sign, just put positive 7. That's it. Now look over here, it's 10. So write it out, 10. Now what do I need to do? Before I put the 10 value, just change here for the fourth term, 4 minus 1. Now it's minus 13. So this is how we do it. If you have your calculator in hand, it'll be much easier. So since I'm doing this simulation, it'll take a bit more time for me. All you need to do is just write them up. 9, this is A9, A10, and 11. So then we need to add them all up. And so here we have 5 now. So the answer is automatically stored. Whatever the answer we get, it'll be 16 here. So it's 16. The next one, just change this to 6. It's minus 19. Let me keep that in mind. Minus 19. And then we have 22. Minus 19, 22. And now for the 8th term, n is 8 here. It's minus 25, and then over here we have 28. So it's minus 25, then we have 28, and last two terms remaining, that will be 10. That's minus 31, and lastly 11 over here is 34. Minus 31 and 34. You might have figured out the pattern is being added by 333. I should have directly written. Now it's silly me because I was just focusing on the answers. I just forgot the pattern. Here you can see it's 4, 7, 10, 13, and alternate negative signs. That's it. That was the pattern. Now we can either add them all up, but see, there's one trick. See, there is 4 more than the previous term. When you add this up, what's going to happen? How much is going to remain? Sorry, not 4, 3. Over here, there's 3. And then from here to here, the previous, again, there is a 3. There is 3. There is 3. 3, and we add 4. So it's 3, 6, 9, 12, 15 plus 4, it's 19. So the sum must be 19 basically. Or you can directly add all these numbers. If you add 4 minus 7, 10 minus 13, all these numbers, just add them up, you will get the answer 19 itself. But why I did this? Because I can see there's a difference from minus 31 to 34, it's 3. Again, from these previous two terms, it's 3, 3, 3, 3, and the first number was 4. So I just added them up like that. And similarly, you can please solve the others. They're all simple problems. Here, fourth partial sum means same thing as S4. You need to do the same thing here. That is the end of question 13, a easy concept. But since it's the electronic part, you can easily use your calculator and figure out the correct option. Question 14 is about arithmetic series, and we write the sigma notation of it. So now here we have arithmetic series given to us. We need to write series in terms of sigma notations. We know that the sigma notation is something like this. This is the capital sigma. And n starts from will be given to you. It's 1 over here. In both the cases, it's 1. And now, what is the last number? Depends on the last term of the series. See, now this is the long method, but I'll tell you a shortcut in some time. Easily you can find it. But now, for now, I'll just tell you the actual method. You need to look into the series terms and find the pattern. Here, 6, 12, 18, and so on. You can know it's something to do with the multiple of 6. So if I multiply 6 times n, 6 times 1 is 6. If this n becomes 2, it will be 12. 3, it's 18. Till how long? 10 times would be 60, 11 times would be 66, isn't it? So this is the sigma notation for the first one. Here, it's just the same. N equals 1 until where? Wait a minute, I'm not sure. But here n we start at 1, right? N. How do I get the next number? Is it plus 1? Let me just do plus 1. What happens here? Because I can't just leave n. If I just leave n over here, 1, 2, 3, it starts from here. If I do plus 1, you can see here, 1 plus 1 will be 2. If I do just n, 1, 2, 3. So let me just go back because I need minus 1. Let me go 1 behind. What if I do minus 1? Let me substitute 1. 1 minus 1 is 0. Yes, I'm getting this number. I got this number. Next numbers. But what if I do n minus 2 here? Now if I substitute 1 minus 2, what is the answer? It's minus 1. Here what's going to happen? 1 minus 1 is 0. Here n is 1, that's 1. And 1 plus 1 is 2. So you can see the pattern. If I write n minus 2, I will get this exact term, all these terms. If I write n plus 1, if it was from 2, 3, 4, then it's fine. So that is the thing. And now it starts from, this is this summation notation, starts from 1. Where does it end? Here, there is still 7 from 1 to 7 plus 2 numbers. If you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 7 is there plus these 2 digits. So it'll be 9, Or you can just keep on writing. See, minus 1, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And just add them up. It'll be 9 digits. So these would be the answers. Let's just check answers. Yes, that's it. So this is n minus 2. Remember to put bracket over there, as you can see over here. Now I will show you a shortcut method. See, the thing is, you will be given 4 options, right? So you just need your calculator now. Only in electronic part we can solve this type of method. So all you do is start solving all the 4 options. This is one of the option. 4, instead of x I'll put n, instead of n I'll put x, plus 1. Calculate, where do we start at? 4. So what's the first option? First value term. It's 17. Is it true? So you can check if at all you're getting anything other than 17, that's a wrong option. Go to the next one. Type the next equation and check. Now what if there are 2 options with 17? So then again calculate. After 2 we'll go to 4. After 4 we will go to 5. Yeah. Is it 21? Yes. Let me calculate again at 6. It'll be 25. Let me calculate anything. The last term. It should be 61. Only one correct option will give you the exact arithmetic series which you have in the question. That will be your answer. Same thing over here. All you need to do is minus x plus 7. Calculated at 6, beginning with 6, it's 1. Then calculated at 7, 0. Calculated at 8. You can see it's -1. And say if you go to 20, it'll be -13. That's how we can easily get the correct answer. Now here, this only works in electronic part where you should know the four answers. The options will be given, right? Only then we can solve it up. So this is how we can solve all the problems. Now this one is a real world problem. The seating in a concert auditorium is arranged as shown below. You can see this figure. Write a series in sigma notation to represent the number of seats in the auditorium if the seating pattern shown in the first 3 rows continue for each successive rows. Now you can see here, the row 1 is 24, but next row it's 29, 34, and it keeps on going till row 35. It's a huge auditorium. So now how many total seats can be done? Now again, you can go with, because since this is electronic part, you can go with the options, but this one, let's solve it manually. Now, first thing you need to see is what is being added or what is being multiplied. What's happening here? 24 to 29. We can see there is 5, difference of 5. Again, 29 to 34, 5. So something to do with 5. 5 is being added up, right? So this is very important. 5 is an important term. But is it added? Is it multiplied? How do we know it? We have to write in sigma notation, right? Where is the n beginning with? First row, and ends at 35. That is already given to us. See, 35, first row. First 3 rows they are already given. Now, if you're getting much confused on how to write it, this is a way which I used to get confused when I was learning this back in my school times. I never understood whether it's phi n or plus phi. How do we do that? So let's just start phi n, multiplying n. If I write n as 1, what's it going to be? 5. Then it's going to be 10, 15. Okay. Is it helping? Yes. Now, how can I get to 24 over here? Phi n, if I have n as 1, it's phi, right? How will I get 24? How much do I add? If I add 19, right? Now, let me just add over here 19. How much is it? 29. This is the correct way. So it's 5 multiplied by n plus 19. But how would you know that? There's a simple way to know. Whatever is the first value is 24, right? Subtract by what has been added. After 24, it's 29. So minus that. What is the value? It's 19, right? So this value needs to be added outside. And what is the recurring thing? It's 5, 5, 5, 5, 5 1 time, 5 2 times, 5 3 times. So it's phi n here. This is the sigma notation, just by putting in the brackets. Now you can try any number, you will get that particular row. Until 35th row, you will get the values of the seats. See here, it'll be phi n plus 19. So it starts with 1, ends at 35. Now how would you solve this? All you need to do is shift and this over here, L log base E, right? You'll get summation notation. So instead of n, we have to put x in the calculator, and then over here, type the value 1, and up it's until 35. So the seats are 3,815, as you can see here. So many seats are available. So this is it. And we have another question. Another auditorium has 32 rows with 18 seats in the first row and 4 more seats. See, now this is not the same figure, but they have not given the figure as well. We need to just tell how many seats are there. They have not given any notation, nothing. So first, let's see what are the first row seats. A1, let's take. Oh, we only are right. The first row here has 18 seats. And next row will be 4 more, so it'll be 22. Then it'll be 26. You can't just keep on doing this till 32. It's just too long, right? Total n is equal to 32. So summation, we will have 32 up over here. N starts with 1. Now what has been multiplied? How many seats are being added every now and then? It's 4n. But since the first row is 18, we have to subtract this by 4. It'll be added by 14. Why? Because 4 are being added. So subtract it. It will be 14 plus 4 times plus 4 will be 18, right? Because first time n will be 1. So this is your summation equation. And you just have to put that in the calculator. Shift and this symbol here. 4x plus 14. It starts at 1 and it ends at 32. The answer is 2,560 seats. Okay, we are the only seats are given, so you need to do this by yourself and then get the answer. Here we need to write a function. Basically, we need to write an, the sequence. How can it be modeled? Like an is equal to something, right? So that is what is required. Now here, what we know, the first term is known, and nth they have told, so we need to write in terms of n. So let's see what's the pattern here. It's 3. 3 has been added, so the d value is 3. You can take the first value as a1, and you know the formula an is equal to a1 plus n minus 1 times d, isn't it? So how about we just write the formula here? An will be equal to, what's the first formula? 2 plus n is n itself minus 1 times d. What is the d value? It's 3. So we'll solve this. 2 times 3 multiplied inside will be 3n minus 3. Let's solve it up. It'll be 3n minus 1. So that should be the answer. Because the sequence is already given and there it's an arithmetic sequence, you know. So we are dealing with arithmetic sequences and series. So that'll be the answer. And what is this power? It's a linear power. But instead of all this, I'll tell you a shortcut method for any problem in the electronic part using your calculator. All you need to know is all the 4 options, okay? So type that out, 3n minus 1, and put calc, starting with 1, okay? What's the answer? It's 2. It's correct. Now let's see, starting with, let's go to the next one, 5. You type any of these values, you must get it. Only one of the equation gives you the correct values. Let's try this one over here. What is the equation? It's n squared plus 2n plus 5. Sorry, it's 2n, that is alpha and x, plus 5. Now calculate over here at 1, it's 8, very good. Calculate it at 2, it's 13. Calculated at, say, 5. It's 40. Yes. So this is the thing. You can go with anything and you can get the answer. So here, because it's power 3, it's cubic. Whereas power 2, it'll be quadratic. So it starts with linear. First power is linear. Power 2 is quadratic. Power 3 is cubic. Power 4 is quartic. Power 5 is quintic. It keeps on going. But you won't have power 4, I believe. Let's see. Okay, over here, say quartic is there. But I think so. This is the maximum they'll ask you. All you need to do is put in the calculator and then just try solving the problems with this equation. All the 4 options, the answers are the equation. You must get the question back. And that is the end of the question 14. Question 15 is to find the sum of geometric series. Here we have been given to find the first 6 terms, the sum of first 6 terms, and few terms are given. So let's first analyze what's known. The first term is considered to be A1, that is given. You know, this is A1, A2, A3. So the R value, that's the common ratio, is found out by the second term minus the previous term, or the next term minus the previous term. I can do it like A3 by A2. What is that? 27 by 9. Or I can do the simple one, will be always A2 divided by A1, that is 9 by 3. So the answer is 3. Even over here, it has to be 3. So R is given as 3. And what about N? N is the 6 terms, right? We got this as well. Now, what formula do we use? Here, this is an infinite geometric series. It keeps on going, isn't it? So we use the sum formula, that is A1 multiplied by its 2 terms, both the formulas. If it is even confined, say whether it's an value is given, then there's another formula. I'll write it out over here. The both have up and down, but this formula to solve this one, first term a1, 1 minus r, 1 minus r. Just repeat these two. Over here we will have to write n. This is the formula. 1 minus r, 1 minus r, but above term will have power n. What about this one here? Below term is the same thing. It's 1 minus r. If you multiply this a1 inside, what's going to happen here? It's a1, right? But next, when you multiply here, don't write a1 rn. That's the same formula up above. But here we write an r. So this is the second formula. Here we can solve it when we know the nth term. Okay? But here we don't know the nth term. It just keeps on going. So we have to just find the first 6 terms And what we need to do is basically use the first formula which I've written, this one. So here Sn is 6. So A1 is 3 multiplied by, what is it? 1 minus R is 3, we found out, to the power n is 6 divided by 1 minus 3. All you do is put it in the calculator and there you go, that will be the answer. Here we have 3 times, okay, open the bracket, fraction 1 minus 3 to the power 6. I'm not writing the brackets because it's positive number, right? 3, but you can write it. Here below you can write directly minus 2 as well, it's up to you. Now this is it. The answer is 1092 and here you go. Same way you can solve the same type problems here. What is R value? It is minus 1 divided by 0.5. That will be minus 2. So I'll just do that as well over here. A1 is 0.5. Instead of this R, I have to put minus 2. I need to use the bracket here. Minus 2, close the bracket. Why? Because it's negative 2. How much is it raised to? Find first 9 terms. That means it's not 6 over here, it's 9. And over here, it'll be bracket minus 2. That's it. That's the only one formula we have to use. And the answer is 85.5. Here you go. Similarly, please do solve this one as well. What will be the R value? It will be 2 root 3 divided by 2. So it'll be just root 3. You can see here. And then you can get the answer. Because it's in different form, I'll just solve this one as well. It'll be 2 here. That's the first term. And what do we have here? It's square root 3. What is the n? It's 8 terms. So it's 8. And over here, you just change this to root 3. And that will be the answer. 80 plus 80 root 3. Now, if this is given, it's just because 80 is taken common out. You can verify your answer by pressing SD and even typing this and pressing SD, you will get the same answer. Now, what about this particular problems? Now, in this type, we have been given an value, so we have to use Sn equals, no need of writing a1 outside, it is a1 plus anr divided by, sorry, I've written wrong, it's not plus, it's always minus, it's 1 minus r, isn't it? It's not plus. Now just substitute the values. We don't know the nth term, so we write Sn, first n terms, that'll be an is 4, minus an is 2000 times minus 3, use the brackets and write it out, 1 minus r again. Now if you just miss this minus sign anywhere over here, your answer will be entirely wrong. So once you have written it all over here, just use the calculator. So we have to use the fraction symbol, 4 minus 2000 times minus 3. It's better to use the bracket, but I know it will consider that correctly itself. Even over here, see, the answer is that, but it's always a good habit to use the brackets properly. So in some cases, when there are exponents and powers, right, if you don't put the brackets, your answers will be completely wrong. So the answer is 1501. Let's do this one as well quickly. What is a1? It is 5, and the an, this entire thing is in terms of millions over here, 1310720 times 4. Here you just put 4 and divided by 1 minus 4, and the answer is 1747625. This is how we can easily solve this. Just remember to use the second formula. So this is the formula when nth term is given. You can try all these by yourselves and then check over here for the answers. And that's the end of question 15. Before we move on to the next question, a humble request to all of you. If you're finding these videos helpful, please do share it with your friends. Let them know about this channel. There are more than 1000 videos related to math. Another humble request to all of you, please do subscribe to my channel. I want to thank all those who have subscribed to it. As you can see, only 22.3% of my viewers are subscribed to the channel. It would mean a lot to me if you could just hit the subscribe button. Question 16 is about finding the possibilities or probabilities using a binomial theorem. Yeah, we are not going to expand the entire binomial expansion. We will just use a particular formula and directly get the answers. Now look at this problem. Alfonso is taking a test that contains a section of 16 true-false questions. How many possible sets of answer to these questions have exactly 12 correct answers or false? Now, the most important thing is it's not about probability. If you look here, they are just telling you possible sets. It's like a counting problem. If you recall the formula, NCX, that's it. This is the formula we'll be using. Total possibilities. Now, how many total number of questions are there? N is 16. What is the consideration? What we want? How many falls of 12 set, right? So X will be 12. So the answer is 16C12. Now I'm not going to use the formula because it's the electronic part. I'll directly use the calculator and solve. In your calculator, all you need to do is press 16, then press shift, and C is given by shift and division. If you wanted P, it'll be shift and multiplication. NCR, the X value over here is 12. The answer is 1820 possibilities. Similarly, they have just changed the X value in the next question. What if they want 8 true answers? Just make the X value from 12 to 8. Here you go. The answer is 12,870. So this is how we can easily solve it up. But all the other problems are of probability. Now, for such problems, you have to use the formula. No need of expansion or anything. Just this formula. NCX, probability X, this is considered of the success, and the failure would be N minus X. So this is the formula. Now the probability of a certain sales representative successfully making a sale is 1/5. So let us make proba P making a sale as 1 by 5. And what about the sales? What about the Q value not making a sale? Before we continue, Q will be, if 1/5 is going to make a sale, 4/5 is not going to make a sale, isn't it? Now, how did you get that? If you're thinking how, it's very simple. It's 1 minus 1 by 5. Always, if you know the P value, Q will be just 1 minus the P value. Okay, so Q is equal to 1 minus P value. That's 1 minus 1 by 5. You can put it in the calculator. You will get 1, sorry, not 1 by 4. It's 4 by 5. This is it. Now then, we know most of the thing, but still it's not all the information we have. The sales representative has how many appointments? It's 12. That's N. N is 12. Find the probability that the sales representative makes no sale this week. The P value is denoted with X. How many sales is making is X. No sales, so X is equal to 0. All I do is substitute all the values now. 12C 0. P value is 1 by 5 to the power 0 and 4 by 5 to the power N minus X. Always this minus the X value, it's 12 minus 0, it's 12 itself. You don't need to do any of the simplification. Directly we'll use the calculator. Here now it's 12, shift and this division symbol for C, 0, multiplied with, use your brackets properly, and please put the multiplication sign, otherwise your answer will be wrong. Over here it's 0 and then multiply it with 1, sorry, it's 4 by 5. 4/5 to the power 12 minus 0 is 12 itself, but let me write it as it is. The answer is, see now, whatever the answer you get is not in percent. They will generally ask in percentage, I believe. Let's see, yeah, it's in percentage. So what you need to do is multiply this by 100, you get the percentage. It's 6.87%, or it was 0.0687. You can see over here the substitution. This is the answer. Now for the B second part, they have told the sales representative makes exactly 3 sales in this week. So out of 12 he is making 3 sales. So all I need to do is this 0 becomes 3. That's it, nothing else, no other changes. Here X value, in the previous case no sales, so X was 0. Here X is 3. And what else? 12 minus 3 here. And the answer is 23.62. So 23.62%, but if you want to write in decimal, it's 0.2362. This is it. So it's a simple problem. Okay, now again, there's one more condition where he makes 10 sales. So all you need to do is make this 3 to 10. See, the thing is, they have clearly told us the probability he makes a sale is 1/5. So if it goes for 5 sales, it just make 1. Okay, out of 12 is about to make about 2 or 3, but they have made it 12, 10 out of 12, which is very, very unlikely. See, the probability will be very, very low now. Let's see the answer. It is 0.0004. You can see there are minus 4. That means 1, and then there are 3 zeros. Okay, 1 will be for getting beside the 4, and then minus 3 will remain. So it's 3 zeros here. So that is it. That's how we solve this problem. The next question is about wildlife. Suppose a biologist is studying an endangered species of gibbon, has found that on average 80% of gibbon offsprings are female and 20% are male. Zoo workers anticipate that their captive gibbons will produce n offsprings and want to know the probability that none of these offsprings will be male. Okay, yeah, they have told the first question, no male offsprings. Okay, the biologist can use a term for the from the binomial expansion over here to solve this problem. You don't need to expand this, we just do it by formula. Assume the zoo workers expect 30 gibbon offsprings this year. So n value, let's write what we know. N is equal to 30. Now what is p value? Over here, you can take P as female gibbon offsprings as well, this probability. But now over here, you can see they have told no male offsprings. If I take X is equal to 0 male offsprings, then what will be P value? It has to be male. What is the male probability? It's 0.2. Male. Female over here, if I take it as Q, 0.8. That's female. So I can take P as 0.8, but then X value will change. It will not be 0, it will be 28. You should make sure X and P matches. If it's male, then this also has to be male number. That's the thing. Now the formula is NCX, P to the power X, and Q n minus X. So how do we solve this? Let's substitute 30C. What is the X value? It's 0 in this case. Probability of 0.2 to the power X is again 0, and 0.8 to the power N is 30 minus 0. So this is the condition. Let's just put in the calculator and we'll get the answer. So here it's 30, C is by shift and the symbol over here, 0 multiplied with 0.2 to the power 0 again multiplied with 0.8 to the power 30 minus 0. And the answer is, now I'll just put a multiplication sign again, just like the previous problem, multiplied by 100. Now it's in percentage, it's 12.38%. Oh, sorry, it's not 12 point, it's 0.12. Why? Because I already multiplied 100. The answer is in percent directly. Otherwise, the answer would be 0.0012. So because it's 3, we just leave it as 0.12. Now the next one over here, they have told if it's 2 male, so X will be 2 here. So let me just change it all over here. Wherever X was 0, make it 2. So there are 3 places where we use X, right? 3 places in the formula. So let's change all of those places to 2. The answer is 3.36%. 3.37, you can take round it off over here. 3.37%. There are one more condition. Over here they have told female offsprings. See, there are 23 female offsprings, but that should be this answer. Can you see it's n minus x must be 23. If the female offsprings are 23, what is the male offsprings? It is 7, right? So this will be 7, x will be 7. Because I've taken p as 0.2, x value only can be of male offsprings. So I'll take this as 7 over here, x as 7. And now what do I do is, I just have to substitute over here. This is it. Only this will change. 7, 7, 7. That's the only thing. Always remember, whatever they give is not x. You need to know what is the p value. If it's for male offsprings, then see how many, if 23 female are they out of 30, male will be 7, and then substitute the values. So here it's 7, and over here as well is 7, and lastly we have 7. So answer is 15.38%. That's it. That's how we solve this. And the last problem here about bowling. Cattle averages 2 strikes every 10 frames. What is the probability that cattle will get exactly 4 strikes in the next 10 frames? So here again, directly the formula NCX. We have P to the power X, Q to the power N minus X. The probability that she strikes is 2 by 10. And so what is the N value? How many frames are there? N is 10. And how many do we want? The strikes must be 4. So it's 10 C4. Probability is 2 by 10. We need 4 in that. And Q is what? 1 minus. So it's 8 by 10, isn't it? If she strikes 2 by 10, 8 by 10 times, she'll fail, right? No strikes. So it's 8 by 10 to the power. N is 10 minus 4. You can write it as 6, but since we are using calculators, substitute it, directly put in the calculator. Here it's 10, C is by shift and this division symbol, then 4, multiply it with, open the brackets, 2 by 10. Close the bracket, raise it to the power 4, and multiply this with 8 by 10, and close the bracket and raise it to the power 10 minus 4. The answer is 0.0888, or you can take this to the other side, it'll be 8.8%. Okay, they have written it in percent, so I'll just multiply this by 100. So it's 8.808, right? So it'll be 8.81%. So that's how we solve these. They're all pretty straightforward if you remember the formula, and that's it. That's the end of this question. Question 17 is about different types of distribution of data in statistics. Here we have a reasoning question. Explain why the range can be an effective method for measuring the spread of a distribution. So ineffective. Yeah, I was just thinking, why is that effective? Generally, let's understand a few things, because I know the next questions have some things like mean, median, range. Okay, so let me take some values. I would just take 3, say 5, 6, 7, 10. Okay, this is enough. You can take other values as well. Now what I need to do is I need to find the mean, median, range. I'll write ME for mean, that is given as mu, this is the symbol, and median, I'll write MED, I'll write it full, sorry, and range. First and the easiest one to find is range, that is basically the highest number minus the lowest number. What is it? It is 7. Median is also very easy to find. It is just the middle number in the ascending order. This is already in ascending order, so count 1, 2, from here also 1, 2. This is the middle number, it is 6. What about the mean? I'll use the calculator here to be very accurate. Mean is the average. Basically, you add all the numbers, 3 plus 5 plus 6 plus 7 plus 10. It will be 31, and divided by number of numbers. There are totally 5 numbers, right? So divide by 5. So it's 31 by 5, 6.2 here. Okay. So it's all very close, isn't it? The answer is 6.2. It's all very close, and that's accurate enough. But what if there is another number over here, say 1? Let me just add this. Okay, this was the first set. Now this is the second, okay? What happens? I need to add that number here, 1 plus, let me just change this. 5 becomes 6 here, because there are total number 6 now. It's 5.33, okay? It is now 5.33, that is mean. What about median? 1, 2, 1, 2. There are 2 middle numbers, so you find the average of them. You will have to do 5 plus 6 by 2. It is 11 by 2, or 5.5. So that is the answer. It's very close enough. What about the range? 10 minus 1. Now it will become 10 minus 1. That is 9. Look at that. Range is just varying like crazy, isn't it? So this is very unreliable. It's very ineffective, okay? It just gives you a number, but whenever the data is not accurate enough, when there are outliers, imagine over here, this is some sort of a data we have collected, and there is one outlier, say 25. Okay, sometimes it happens. This is all the nice, values within the range. where you can see the mean is 5.5, mean is 5.3, median is 5.5. But now I've added one number which is way out of the normal range. So now look at what happens. If I find the mean, here there'll be 7 numbers. When I add this 25, look, the answer is 8.16. The mean over here for the third set, which is this one, adding 25, is 8.14. What about the median? 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. So these 3 gone. This is the middle term. It's 6. So median is highly reliable. It is much more reliable than the mean. Whereas range over here would be just way too wrong. It'd be 25 minus 1. It's 24. This is way off the scale. So you can see that's why this is very ineffective. And whereas median is much more effective than the mean as well. So these are the comparison between mean, median, range. I hope this is clear. So we can say that, only the maximum and minimum values are considered. So if one side there is an outlying value or outliers, then it could be, there will be a dramatic effect on the range. Challenge. Okay, suppose 20% of the data set lies between 35 and 55. Okay, if 10 is added to each value in the set and then result is doubled, what value will 20% of the resulting data lie on? See, now they're telling everything is being done to the entire values, so that doesn't make any difference. It will be the same values. So 35 and 55 were originally there. Let me just change the color over here. We are adding by 10, so it will become 45 and 65, and these values all are doubled. So not only this entire set of population, now imagine over here the total population was say 100. Now here entirely it's 110. Now when we double it, what's going to happen? It's going to be 90, and over here we will have 130, isn't it? 120 plus 10, yes. Now the entire thing is doubled, it will be 220. So this was 20%. Now everything is being doubled, so this will be 20% for the new set of values. For 110, yes, this will be 20%. For 220, yes, this is going to be 20% itself, isn't it? So this is going to be, just add both the sides by 10 and then double it. So it'll be 90 to 130. So it must be 90 to 130. That's it. Now here we have this plot, whisker plots, So what they are asking is, the gas prices in dollars, they have given all these. Which stations has the greatest variation in prices and the least variation? Just looking over here, you can see which is having greatest variation, the highest positive value and the bottommost value. That's the station C. Whereas least, you can see there is, I think so, this is the variation. See, mean is over here. This is the mean, the middle line, right? And the first quartile, second quartile, the quartiles. Almost same. The standard deviation over here is almost same. So over here there is least amount of variation. Increase and decrease is very, very less. Look at this. Mean is over here. Once only it dips too much, increases too less. So there is highest variation. So you can see the variation or the spread over here is highest in the station C, greatest variation. From what? It is from 3.05. See, the lowest value is 3.05 to the highest value of 3.442 over here, exactly given. Whereas station B is the least variation. Why? Because it's at 3.2 and half of 3.3 and 3.4 is 3.35. Over here now, the same figure, which of the distribution is positively skewed, negatively skewed, symmetrical? If you recall the positively skewed and negatively skewed, it's just that you should see where is the right whisker and the left whisker. Whenever the left whisker is longer, it's at the decreasing value, so it's negatively skewed. Whereas over here, this is positively skewed. So if you just recall the image of positively and negatively skewed, you can see over here. But look at this. This is symmetrical. It's almost equal. So this B is symmetrical. Whereas positively skewed is only one, that's station D. You can see the whisker is very high towards the positive side, longer, whereas these two are negatively skewed. So station D is positively skewed, yes. A and C, yes, correct, are negatively skewed. And what about B? That must be symmetrical. Why is median less affected by outliers than mean? We have just done it a while ago, isn't it? I No, this is not the one, but anyways, I'll just write an example. I'd written some example. Now I'll just take say 0, 10, 12, 15, 17, 25. Now to find the mean, you add all the numbers and take the average, just finding the average. So if you find the average, and now the median will be appropriately correct because median is the middle value. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, see the middle, 2, 2 gone. These two are there. You add them both and divide it by 2, it will be 25, 27 divided by 2, that will be 13.5. Okay. Now, average will be very close to this. Absolutely fine. But what if I have a huge number outlier, which is a wrong erroneous value, 100 over here? The average will be distorted completely, whereas the median will be not so wrong. It'll be 3, 3. The median will be just 15. So it is more reliable. The median is more reliable, but the average would be completely way off because of this outlier. So therefore, always medians are less affected by outlier value, especially when you do a study, say a survey or something. Sometimes you get wrong, completely wrong values. Say you're researching something on a river and you're taking some data, you will have outliers. So therefore, median is much more preferred than mean in such cases. You can read through over here also. They have given the similar, they have taken some values and given example as well. You can go through this. That's the end of question 17. Question 18 is about expected value and binomial experiments. Here we have a problem on car insurance. A car insurance policy that costs $300 will pay $25,000 if the car has been stolen and not recovered. If the probability of a car being stolen is P equals 0.0002, which is a very small value, what is the expected value of the profit or loss to the insurance company for this policy? So here, whenever expected value is asked, expected value of profit or loss, always remember, you need to find X and summation of, summation is the final one, probability of X. This is the probability distribution. Then when you find this expected value is basically the summation of X times probability of X. That's it. Now what is this X? First, what do we know directly? We know the probability of car being stolen is 0.002, right? So what is the probability of not being stolen? It'll just be 1 minus 0.0002. Yeah, this is the thing, 1 minus this number. So if this is the probability of it being stolen, there is still 1 minus so much probability that it will not be stolen, right? So let's solve this at 0. It'll be 992, it'll be 98. Yeah, so this is the value. Now, if the car has been stolen, what is the loss for this particular policy for this company? See, they are gaining 300 from each customer. So the gaining is no matter what, the customer will have to pay 300. But if their car has been stolen, it'll be $25,000 loss minus whatever the profit they gain from them, right? So it'll be a net loss of $24,700. So if the car has been stolen, they will incur a loss of 24,700. But what about the other side? What is the gain? Gain is 300 for this particular probability. Now, when it's loss, we indicate it by minus sign. So because they're losing this money, it's a loss. Whereas gain is considered to be positive. We just sum them up. We can directly do it in the calculator since it's electronic part. You must try to get this table. And now minus 24,700. 700 multiplied by 0.002, it's 3 zeros. And then add it up with 300 times 0.99, sorry, 9998. Again, I missed it. So what's the answer? It's $295. So it's in positive. So that means they're going to make a profit or a gain of $295. So you can see if someone loses their car, yes, the company is going to incur a loss. They are going to pay a lot. But on average, the car losing thing is a very low probability, so they are always generally tending to make a profit of $295. So this is the thing. This policy is a big success for them. This is how insurance companies work. Though they pay if at all you claim the insurance, but most of the time nothing will be claimed. So they make a lot of profit in that. The next problem is also similar. It's about fundraisers. A school hosts an annual fundraiser where tickets are sold for baked goods, the values of which are indicated over here. You can see there's four different type of cakes and they cost so much. Suppose 100 tickets were sold for drawing for each of the four cakes. What is the expected value of a participant's net gain or loss if she buys a ticket for 1 dirham? So 1 dirham is one ticket. So there are total 100 tickets. So total money they will gain is 100 dirhams. Now, look, they are raising funds for the school. So obviously, they will make a lot of profit. They have to make profit. So, whatever they are spent, they have to gain much more than that, isn't it? So let us again make the table over here. X, P of X, this is the probability distribution table. And then we will do summation of P of X times X, or X times, it's the same thing. Now, what is the profit if this particular participant wins the first prize? 5 dirham. So it'll be basically 5 dirham minus 1, because 1 is already given, right? So the net profit would be 4. What about the second one? It'll be 10 minus 1 here. It'll be 15 minus 1, 20 minus 1. Because 1 dirham is only spent by the participant. So it'll be 4, 9, 14, 19. Okay, let's write the probabilities. There are 100 tickets. Only one ticket is bought. So it is 1 by 100. That is 0.01. So let's write 0.01. Even over here, it's the same thing. 0.01, 0.01, 0.01. Are we missing something? What is the loss? Loss is 1 dirham. That is already given off, right? If this particular participant doesn't win anything, 1 dirham is gone. So that's minus 1. What is the probability of this happening? Now here you might be thinking, oh, it's 0.99, right? No, there are 4 prizes. See, it's not 4, it's not 99 by 100. Because there are 4 prizes. See, 1, 2, 3, 4. If you add this up, it'll be 0.04. So it'll be 96 by 100. That is 0.96. 1 minus all the sum of these. That will be 0.96 probability. That will be a loss. Now you just have to multiply and add them all up. Multiply x times probability of x plus. And over here it'll be minus. Let's take our calculators and do it. Here we just have to start with 4 times 0.01 plus 9 times 0.01 plus 14 times 0.01 plus 19 times, it's times 0.01. And lastly, minus, I'm not going to write plus minus, it's just minus 1 times 0.96. So what's the answer? It's negative half. That means it'll be negative 0.5 dirhams of loss. That is what you can expect. Also, you can see the probability is very, very low. Out of 100 tickets, you're just buying 1 ticket. And the probability is just very low that you're going to win anything. Okay. So that's the answer. We are 0.5 dollars. It should be in dirhams, sorry. It's an AED. It's dirhams here. My apologies. So now the next type of questions is determine whether the experiment is binomial experiment or can be reduced to a binomial experiment. If it can be presented as binomial experiment, state the values of n, p, q. Then list all possible values of random variables. If not, explain why not. You survey 25 students to find out how many are left-handed. The random variable represented the number of left-handed students. See, this is a binomial experiment. Why? Because binomial experiment deals with 2 answers. Right, wrong, true, false, right-handed, left-handed. Something which will just be 2 distinct probability, okay? So yes, this is binomial experiment. I forgot to tell n. Now, what are the number of students? N is equal to 25 here. Now, probability of S is success and F is failure. What is the probability of success? Over here, what they want, how many are left-handed, and the random variable represents the number of left-handed students. So it'll be a success if the student is a left-handed student, is left-handed student, okay? And probability of failure would be student right hand. So that's it. So if it's right hand, it's failure. So that is basically P and Q, okay? N is the number of people in the study. P is the probability of success. Q is basically the probability of failure. That's the answer. Now you can see over here, yeah, the student will be the, now the sample answer is the student will be the left or right-handed. So that is the random variable. Over here, then you survey 200 people. So N is 200, and if they watch Monday Night Football, yes or no? See over here, they're asking whether they watch Monday Night Football. The answer can be either yes or no, isn't it? So if it's yes, that's probability of success. If it's no, not success. So this is it. N is equal to 2000. N is equal to 200. It's a binomial experiment. Percentage of people watching the Monday Night Football is basically probability of success, whereas probability of failure is given by 1 minus probability of success. That's it. If you want to find, if you know the probability of failure, you want to find probability of success, it's 1 minus P of F, the other way around. And over here, a person either watches Monday Night Football or he or she does not. That's it. Same way you can go through these. It's the same thing. Now, this one, okay, you want to just see phi appears. Only one. And if it doesn't appear, it's not going to appear. So yes, again, it's a binomial experiment. Why? Because only it should be something like S or no or phi or any other number. So yes, N is 10. And what is the probability of success here? It's basically 1 out of 6. Why 1 out of 6? Let me show you. There are 6 sides in the cube. Phi is just one possibility out of 6, right? So therefore, this is the probability of success of getting phi. Whereas phi out of 6, it will not happen. That is pi by 6. Either roll a phi or another number. Here, you toss a coin. Again, it's a binomial experiment. Tossing coin has only 2 possibilities, right? Probability of success and failure is half and half. You ask 15 people how old they are. Now, this cannot be a binomial experiment. What is the age? It can be anything. It can be like 10 years, 15 years, 20 years, 70 years. It can vary a lot. So you won't have just 2 answers, isn't it? So in this case, it's not a binomial experiment. This is not binomial experiment because there are more than 2 possible outcomes, isn't it? Because age can be anything. Age can be any reasonable number. You survey 40 students to find out whether they pass their driving test. Yes, this will be a binomial experiment because it's either pass or fail. So success is whoever passed, failure is whoever did not pass. And the number of students N is 40. And over here, a person either passed the test or she didn't. The 19th one over here. Last question. You select 10 cards from the deck without replacement. Okay. The random variable represents the number of hearts. So no, this is without replacement. No, because there is lots of possibilities. It's not a binomial experiment. Since you're drawing cards without replacement, the probability changes each time because there are fewer cards. And that's basically the end of the question 18. Question 19 is finding probability for normal distribution given the z value. Here we need to find the z value first and then we need to find the probability. Let's look into the problem. The life of a certain brand of AA battery is normally distributed with mean of 8 hours and standard deviation of 1.5 hours. Find each probability for these 3 conditions. But before that, this symbol mu is generally denoted as mean, that is 8, mean is 8, and standard deviation sigma, this one is 1.5. Now, if you recall, there is 2 values for sigma, isn't it, in Greek alphabets, this one and also this one. The difference is like, say, for example, small letter a and capital letter A. They're not the same, but they are A itself. Same way, sigma and sigma, it's small letter sigma, capital letter sigma. That's it. So this is all Greek alphabets. Now, what do we need is, what is the 6 hours, first of all? We need to find the battery that lasts below 6 hours, right? Now, imagine this is the normal distribution. We know entire normal distribution curve is 100% probability. At the middle, this is all 50%. Now, somewhere other values also are there over here. Say one standard deviation, it'll be 34 and so on. But they have exactly told us less than 6 hours. So what we do is we find the z value, which can be easily found by x minus mu, that is mean, divided standard deviation, right? So x is how much over here? It's 6 minus 8 by 1.5. You can just put in the calculator and get the answer. Now then, if we get some answer, let me just solve it over here. It'll be minus 2 divided by 1.5. Let me times 2. It'll be minus 4 by 3 will be the answer for this z value. It's 1.33 minus. If you have negative number, it will be left side of this 0. This is all z values, okay? Z value denotes how much times the standard deviation to the base of the normal distribution curve. Just remember, if it's 0, that means it's at the center. Less than it, 50% probability. More than it, 50%. Now minus 1.33, it's somewhere over here, okay? If this is one standard deviation, it's 1.33 standard deviation, and this isn't it. So it'll be somewhere here. Now we need to know if this is the value less than this, what is this curve? So that is basically the probability. Now in graphing calculator you can easily do it, but how do you do without that? Now let's do it in the calculator, and I'll show you in the normal calculator. Let me just put this in the calculator as well. 6 minus 8 divided by 1.5, the answer is negative 4 by 3. But now to solve anything regarding this normal distribution curve, you need to go to mode and see here the statistics option, option 3. Now if you just press option 3 and go back, can you see here statistics mode is unlocked? Just press mode 3 and then just go back. Don't press anything over here. You can, even if you don't, it's fine. Just go back here. Now you can see stat mode is on. Now if you click on shift and 1, that is stat or distribution. Now this is what exactly? It's normal distribution curve we are dealing with, right? With z values. So go to distribution, which is in option number 5. Now here you need to remember a few things. Only 1 and 3 are what we're going to use. 1 is all the values left side of the normal distribution curve, and P is from the right side. Okay. So now since they have told less than 6 hours, I'll just see from the P. From P, okay? P, sorry, this is P. Left side, from left side it goes, okay? Normal starting. R would be from right side, that means from here. If you have say 1.5 here, if I find R, all the curve towards its right side, I'll get it. I'll show you for this value also, both the values. See, now I'll first take R, which is not the solution for us, and Z value is minus, I'll take 4 by 3 divided by, or you can use this symbol here, divided by 3 and close the bracket. It's 90.879. That means from this point to the right side, it is 90.879. What I do is I'll multiply this by 100. Now it's 90.879, 90.1 probability. Percent. This is in percent because I multiplied by 100. But we want less than to the left. So I just press shift 1, the distribution of P, that is option 1, and let me type negative 4 divided by 3 and close the bracket. And what is it over here? It's 0.09, but I always do multiplied by 100. 100 multiplied. Why? Because I'll get in percentage. It's 9.12%. So that is the answer. Over here, there's only 9%, but exact value is over here. Now, these values can be found in table, books, and all. Sometimes they'll give you the set of values, but since you have your calculator, you can easily use your calculator and find it out. Now, next one over here, they have told will last more than 12 hours. You might have realized one thing. If the statistics mode is on, you cannot use the options easily. See, division and all won't come easily. So what you can do is you can go back to computation mode, mode 1. Now you can use this fraction symbol and again solve. What is this? X is 12, sorry, not X, it's 12 minus, and then what you have is mean, that is 8 divided by 1.5, and the answer is over here 8 by 3. What I'll do is I'll write this Z value for this is 8 divided by 3. Before I continue, I'll find the Z values of all the options here. And over here we have 8 minus 8 will be 0. And lastly we have 9, that's 2 by thirds. So over here it is 0 and 2 by 3. So all the z values are found out, right? Now I will go to statistics mode and option number 3, and I'll press AC. Now shift 1, 5 for distribution, and I want it from where? Will last more than, not less than. More than means to the right. So over here for this one, I'm gonna use option number 3 from the for all the values towards the right of the z value. Okay, this is the right side. So what is it? 8 divided by 3, close the brackets. Now I need to multiply it by 100. Sorry, it's 100 over here. So it's 0.38%. Okay, now they have taken it at 0.4 because when you round it off, it'll be 0.4%. Now, what about the last one? They have told will last between 8 and 9 hours. Between 8 and 9 hours means you need to do one thing. You can do till 9. See, if we take left or right, it's better to take right, okay? Sorry, left. Shift 1, 5, take the option 1. This is what we generally go from the left side. If I take 0 over here as z value, it is 0. Of course, sorry, it's in the middle. Sorry, it's 50%, right? 0 is always 50%. So this is how much? 50% for 0. And then what about 2 by thirds? It's somewhere over here, isn't it? Let me do that as well. It's always good to multiply by 100. You can see it's 50%. And then let me change this to 2 divided by 3. It's 74.75. Over here we get 74.75%. Now we know this much is 50% from the left and this much is 74.75. But I just need the values in the middle. Only these values, see? So I can just do 74.75 minus 50. It's 24.75 or 24.8 they might consider, or just 25. Okay, they round it off to the entire person. So this is how we easily solve these problems. All you need to do is find the z value, use your calculator, find the probability, and get the percentages. So that's it over here. And the same thing can be done for the next problems as well. Let me just quickly do it in the calculator, these values. This electronic part directly in the calculator is fine. Over here, you don't even need to read the entire question. What is the mean? The average is mean, right? So that is 203. But let me go out of the start mode over here, mode and 1. Now I'll use the fraction symbol. It's 203. But I need the x value. What is x value? The option A. 160 is the x value. 160 minus the mean divided by what's the standard deviation? 38.8. Now just press equal to. The answer over here is negative 1.1. I'll just write it out over here. Minus 1.108. Then what else? This 240. Let me just change this to 240. And you can take the fraction, but I'll just take the decimal point, 0.9536. And then lastly, we have between 180 and 200. So I'll just change this to, I'll first change it to 200. It's minus 0.0773, and lastly 180 would be 1 and 8. It'll be minus 0.59 minus 0.5928. I'll just take it. I'll just double check this 240 whether it was positive or negative. I'm not so sure. Now that is yeah, it's positive itself, so yeah, that's correct. So these are all the values what we got. So now we will just use shift, sorry, not shift. First we just go to mode 3 and AC. Now we press shift 1 for the statistics. Let's go to distribution. Let's use option number 1. And what is this? Minus 1.108, close the bracket, multiply it with 100. It should be 13.39 or 13.4. It's just 13% they have taken, but that's fine. That's the answer. Now they have told this was level below, so it was P. Now they want above, but before that, I'll just do the below. It's option C first because that's easier to do. It's same thing, P itself. I just change these values 0.5928. The answer over here is 27.666. And then what I do is the next option minus 0.0773. The answer is 46.919. We have to just take the difference of them. It'll be about 12%. Now, what about this one? We go shift 1, 5 and option number 3 because above to the right side 0.9536 multiplied by 100, it's 17% over here. And see, even by using the other option, you can get this. See, if I do shift 1, 5, 1, I will put this value 0.9536 multiplied by 100. What am I getting? I'm getting 82.9. It's almost 83. Then I have to do 100 minus this number is 17 because the total is 100 minus this much will remaining goes above. That's the thing. But it's better to use R and P if you want, or if you can just do from P only and find 100 minus this whatever answer. That'll be a final answer. Now, what about these two? All you need to do is, let's go back to the computation mode. The bigger value, the second value, it is 46.919 minus 27.666. The answer is 19. That's it. They've rounded off to the nearest percent here. Now, what if you're thinking, what if you have bigger value first and small value next? It won't happen. It'll be from smaller to bigger, right? The range will always be ascending order. You'll have 150 to 200. You won't have 200 to 150. It'll be wrong. It'll be negative values. That's it. But you will always have smaller to bigger. So that's the thing. These are very interesting problem. Here they have told the average annual snowfall in centimeters for the US and Canada region are from 45° north to 55° north is normally distributed with the mean of 260 and sigma, that is standard deviation, of 27. Determine the minimum amount of snowfall occurring in the top 50% of the distribution. See here the z value is not given. Sorry, x is not given, no z value, nothing. But they want to know the minimum amount of snowfall that occurs in the top, see this top 15%, right? This person in the top side, 15. From here it's 15, that means it's 85% from here. In the normal distribution curve, if it's 0, it's in the middle, right? 50% z value. I need to know this one, this particular value of when the probability is 85%. This is the probability given. Percent is in the probability. Or if I'm taking 15%, I should take R is equal to 15%. It's up to you because it's the top side, right side, isn't it? Whereas this one, let's look into the next one. The maximum amount of snowfall occurring in the bottom 30%. That means over here in the bottom 30%. This probability is 30%. Or if I'm taking R, it will be 70%, isn't it? From the left side, I always look. Top is 15%. This much is 15, top side. But remaining will be 85. This one will be 30. And what happens occurs in the middle 60%. This one is important. This is 0, right? Now, from here, if you take 10, from here also you take 10, it's 20% in total. No, we have to take 60, middle 60. So over here it should be 30 and over here also it should be 30. So what are the probability values? 30, 30. See, 30, 30% will be total 60, right? Middle 60 they have told. So this will be 50% in the center minus that, it's 20% here and 50 plus 80% here. Why? Why did I do this? So from 20 to 80% in the middle, if I take, it is how much? 60% in total. Do you agree? So therefore, middle 60% would be 20 and 80. What if they are told 90% here? Middle 90%. Then it would have been 5. Over here it will be 5 and over here it will be 95. So how much will be there? It will be total 90%. 95 minus 5. Here you can do 80 minus 20, it's 60. Based on what they are asking in the middle, you need to do that. So now what we need, okay, we understood this part. I need P of 85%, but how exactly do you know the Z value? In the calculator now, if we put probability of 85, sorry, not 85, probability of Z value multiplied by 100, I must get 85. Why? Because it's in percent, right? Multiplied by 100. Here also, probability of some Z value multiplied by 100, I must get 30. And over here, it should be probability of some Z value multiplied by 100, that is equal to 20%. And probability of Z value multiplied by 100 would be 80. So these are the conditions. Now you can approximate the Z value. See, what is the Z value here? It will be more than 0, so it should be positive. I can start with positive 1. Z value will be positive here. Here its left side Z value is negative. This one is negative Z value, and this one is positive Z value. Okay, so this is what we can approximate. Now I will show you in calculator, you can do trial error and get it. In your calculator, we need to go to start mode now. Mode and 3, press AC and then shift 1. And let's go to distribution. I'll take all from P side only. P, that is option 1, sorry, here. Now I don't know the value, but I know it's a positive value. See, if I put 0 here, just in case I put 0 multiplied by 100, I'm going to get 50%. I know Z value will be positive because it's 85 more than 50. So let me just change this to, say, 1. Okay, it's very, very close, but it's just not there. Let me just do 1.1. Now it's exceeding, so it'll be somewhere over here at 1.05. Or, even if you take 1, it's fine, it'll be an approximate answer. Then you can, whatever answer you get, you will have 4 options, right? Whichever is very, very close, you can choose that. But I'll just choose over here 1.05. Okay, this is much more accurate. If you want more accuracy, you can just go a little bit less. So why? Because it's more than 85. So I will choose 1.03. See, it's just more than that. Will be, I think so, 35, something like that. But now, for easy understanding, I will consider 1 only, okay? I'll just take 1 for this one. Z value is equal to 1. Because it's electronic exam, okay? Now, let me do the other things as well. What about this one? It should be negative. So I'll take negative. Now it's 30 over here, so I'll take negative minus 1. So it's 15. So 15 is way over here. No, I need something more than this. So let me just take minus 0.75. 0.75. Whether it's close, no, it should be about 0.5. You get it? Now I'm getting the value very close to it. So this is how we do trial and error method. But if I take negative 4.5, it's more. So it's let me just take minus 0.5. That's enough because I'm getting 30, right? It's not accurate, but it's very, very close. So over here, Z value is minus 0.5. What about 20 here? So let me just take 0.7. No, it should be 0.6, I believe. That is going more, sorry, I had to go more now. 0.8. See, if you're getting just change a value. If you're increasing and this is increasing, see what you need. I need 20, so I need to keep on increasing, so this value will decrease, right? So here it's now it's in middle of 0.8 and 0.9. I'll just take 0.85, which is very, very close over here. So for this, I'm gonna take Z value of 0.85. That's minus. And lastly, down one will be positive. It is very close to 1. Because, oh no, you don't need to do that. Why? Because if you have got this one as negative 0.85, this will be positive 0.85. It will be very, very close, okay? Always remember that they are like symmetrical. So this one will be 0.85 because the middle value, right? The same thing. So this is how we get all the Z values. Once you've got the Z values, all you do is compute the X value because you know everything. Z value is known 1, that is equal, let me write the formula. Z value is equal to x minus nu divided by sigma. This x is unknown, right? At what value, right? So this x value, let's keep it as x itself, unknown, minus nu is 280 divided by 27, shift and solve. It's 287. You can see we did not get 287. Why? Because we did not take the exact z value, because in graphing calculator you will exactly get the values, but since we're using this calculator we have to do a bit of trial and error. That's it. Now still you got very very close, and no other option will be so close. The other options will be say 340, 280, something different, not like 287, not so close. Okay, so this is how we can do this. Then what next? We have negative 0.5. Let me just change this to negative 0.5. Sorry, not equal to, you should press shift and solve, and then equal to, it's 2, yeah, okay, sorry, over here. 246.5, which is very, very close to 245.8. Why? Because we did not take the exact value. If you take, say, 4 point something, it was very close, 4.8 or something, you'll get much, much accurate answer. Let me just show you over here. Not again, it's shift solve equal to, you can say, okay, no, I should take more than that. Say 515, shift and solve. You can see I'm getting closer and closer, I believe. Yeah, it's getting closer because I don't know the exact value, right? So as you get the exact value, you will get very very close. It's 52 point something, but you don't need to do all that. 0.5 will give you the correct answer, which is very close to the correct answer, so you can easily select it out. Hope that's clear. Now what about the remaining two? Here it is minus 0.85, shift and solve. Now this was 237.05 we got. It's very close to this. And lastly, just remove this negative sign, shift and solve. And over here we get 82.95. So these are the correct answers. This is how we can do trial and error using your scientific calculator. Now, if you recall the previous problem, over here we found the percent. Now we have been given the percent, we are finding the x value. That's it. See over here the percent is given, we are doing other way around. So now if you recall in the previous problem, we were given this already as x values were given to us. Then we found the z value and then the percentage. Now here percentage is there. See, after this we did the z value and then probability, right? Here the probability is given. We find the z value by trial and error, and then we get the x value. We are doing backwards, so that's the difference in this. This is also same like the 19th question, the previous one. I will just quickly solve this out. Let me try doing directly in the calculator. Now you need to first find the z value. So let's go to shift 1. Sorry, it's shift, not shift. It's just mode and 3 for statistics on. Now shift 1, 5. And let me go over here. Let's understand this part. Determine the maximum speed in the slowest 10% of the cars. Slowest will be in the bottom. So it's P10 directly over here. Probability must be 10, but what is this answer over here? Z value, it can be anything. Let me take minus 1.5. Okay, I'm just going randomly and multiply it by 100. Now if you're thinking, why did I directly go with minus? Because slowest will be in the normal distribution curve somewhere over here, lower. If it was fastest, it'll be up above, right? So that's the reason. Now here what I do is, no, this is not. I will just see for minus 1.3, which is very very close now. Now I will just take minus 1.25. Okay, this is somewhere in the middle over here. Okay, if I take somewhere 2.8, you can see it's much more accurate. So I got the z value here as negative 1.28. Just like the previous one, we did trial and error and we got the z value. Now, what about the fastest car? That will be positive. Now, see here, I got 10 points. So if I make it positive, I'll get 90-ish. But I need how much? Fastest 5 means 95%. Over here, this is 5 above. So from left side, it's 95%. Let me just go a little bit more here. Let me go here. It's 93. Let me just try my luck with 1.7. Okay, it's very very close, so let me go 6.5. Okay, I will just stop here rather than going to more accuracy. 1.65 here. And what about this middle 25%? Now this is 0. 25 will be 12.5 here. So this is 12.5 and this must be 12.5 also. So it's basically 50 minus 12.5. How much will that be? It will be 38, not 48, 38.5 here. And if you add 12.5, it will be 62.5. These are the two values we need. So then how do we get 38? And if you just get one, it's enough. So for 38, if you're going, you should take negative values. For right side, 62, you should take positive values. Since it's positive, I'll just take with positive. Let me go to 0.5. Okay, it's 69, so it should be less than that. Let me go to 0.3. Now it's more than this. It'll be a little more than this. Let me go 0.33. Okay, let me try 32. And you can see it's so accurate. The value over here is z is equal to 0.32. And another one will be minus, sorry, this is minus 0. Let me just write it properly. Minus 0.32. That's the only difference. See here, if I put the minus, it's so accurate. 37. Oh, now wait a minute. It should be 37. Yes, over here it should be 37, not 38. My bad. 38 would be 11.5. It's 37.5. It's not exactly 37.5, but it's very, very close to 37.5. So I'll stop over there. Now then, let's go to the computation mode. Mode 1. What is the z value obtained? It's minus 1.28. The formula is, let me first write the formula. Z is equal to x minus nu by sigma. So here we need a equal to sign. In the left side, we just have to write z value. That's minus 1.28. The right side, we write the fraction. And now what is x value? That is what we are solving for, unknown value, minus the mean is 60 divided by 9. Let's press shift and solve, and the answer over here is 48.48. Let's do the others as well. Just change this over here. It'll be 65. That's 1.65 positive. And it's not equal to shift and solve. It must be 70. Okay, this can be about 75. We can see round it off. 48.48 would be about 48, I believe. And let's do the last two over here. Shift and just change these values. I'll take 0.32 first, shift and solve. Now this will be about 63. Let's see the answers. It's 75, it's 63. Okay, this one is a bit wrong. Let's see that. Let's check that out because all the others are coming correct. And over here, let's just change the sign to minus and shift and solve. Over here, it's 57.12. It's about 57. But we did not get the correct answer over here, I believe. Minus 1.28. If you solve it up, it's going to be equal to 48.48. I believe this one is about 48.5 or something. Or let me just check the p-value. Let's do it again. Shift, sorry, not shift, it's just mode 3 AC, shift 151. We need the top 10%. So I had taken a z value of negative 1.28. And the answer is slowest 10%. Okay, I believe that this might be an error over here. The answer is around 48, not 40, because we have got very, very a close value over here. Now, even if I change it somewhat, okay, let me just change. No, it just became worse. Let me just change it to 85. Okay, let me just change this to 83 or 82. I'm just trying to find the very accurate answer just because we are getting, okay, this is 99. Now I can leave it over there again. I'm just going 1 5 here. Okay, this is so accurate. It's 10%, that is minus 1.2815. You don't need to do this in the exam. As I showed you the other values, you get the accurate value. You can easily find the correct answer, because your options won't be weighting very, very closely. The other options will be way off. So now here I'll just put this in the calculator and solve. It'll be minus 1.2. 2815, that is equal to the fraction of x minus nu, that is 60, divided by 9. Shift and solve. So the answer is 48.46. That is, the answer must be 48.5, I believe, over here. So that is answer 48. And that's how we solve these type of problems. Let's look into this one. Saleh took the ACT and SAT and earned the math scores shown. Okay, he has got these scores over here. Saleh scored national average. This is the average one, 508 and 21. He got more than that. Okay, standard deviation is over here. Which of the score has higher relative position? Okay, this means you need to find the z value. Now, what relative position means, if you compare the entire score, see now average is in the middle, right? That is like 50%. Is above 50% of everyone, yes. But where does his score lie? The z value. Where does it lie? If it is more, the z value is say positive 1.5 and one more is positive 1, you can see whichever has got 1.5 is more higher relative position than the other one, because in that particular exam he has scored, higher probability. He might have scored 90% more than all the other students, whereas if he has just one, he might have scored like 75% more than the others. So that is the relative position the z value gives you. So all you need to do over here is, for both of these, ACT and SAT, SAT and ACT, we will find the z value. Z value will be equal to, what is the Saleh scores? That's x. National average is mu, that is the mean, and standard deviation. So these three are given. Let's substitute 27 minus 21 divided by 4.7. And over here, we have to do same thing. Z value will be equal to 620 minus 508 divided by 111. So we just put in the calculator and find the z values. Here the first one would be 27 minus 21 divided by, it's 27 here, 4.7, and the z value is 1.277. I take 65 will be 7. And what about this one here? It'll be 620 minus 508 divided by 111, and the answer is, see, 1.009. So here ACT marks will be a higher relative position. You can see ACT score of 27 has higher relative position because he was much more in the z value towards higher probability. So he has a percentage of much more than the other students, maybe 90% or something. You can find the probability. I'll show you the probability as well. Let me just write this out. Z is equal to 1.009. You don't need to do this in the exam. You can easily tell from the two values, the z values itself. But if you go to mode and statistics, and let's do shift 1, 5, and here the probability of 1.277. It gives you 89.9. That means 90% more than all the other students. Yes, his score in this overall national, he got 90% more than the other students in ACT. Whereas, let's look at the other one. It's 1.009, isn't it? So it's only 84. If you compare this, it was 90% more than the other students. Here is 84% more than the other students. So relatively higher position was in ACT than the SAT. Here also it's the same thing. We can just find the z values. See, she has scored over here 76 on physics test, but the mean was 72 and standard deviation is given. Same way 81 in sociology and the mean is 78 and the standard deviation is 9. Relative scores, that means z value you must just find out and see. The z value for physics was 0.4, sociology is 0.33. So which one is better? It is 0.4. So Asma's relative position in the physics class is higher than the relative position in the sociology class. So that is how we do it. It's just by the z value, and remember the z value is given as x, that is whatever the score that student has obtained, minus the mean divided by the standard deviation. That's how we get z value, and then we can tell which is relatively better. If it's higher, z value is positive and bigger, it is a better relative position. And that's the end of the question 19. It's a little bit tricky in some parts where you have to do the trial and error. Just remember the tricks in the calculator, do a bit of trial and error, and then you will get the z values, and then easily you can find the x values. Do practice problems, and then it'll be easier. In the final question, we will use central limit theorem to find probabilities. Here we have real world problems. The average number of tourists that visits a national monument every month is 55,000. Let's write the given. Average is about mean, that is mu. With the standard deviation, the sigma is given 8,000. Assume that the variable is normally distributed. We can do a normal distribution graph, or we can use the rules of that. Now, if a random month is selected, find the probability that there would be fewer than 50,000 tourists. This is the x value. We have done similar problem just a while ago in the previous question, question number 19. So now we will do the same thing. First find the z value. X minus nu divided by sigma. Just substitute and get the z value. 50,000 minus mean is 55,000 divided by 8,000. So here we have 5,000 divided by minus 5,000 divided by 8,000. So zeros go. It's negative 5 by 8. You just put in the calculator, you get this answer. Now, what do we want? We want to know the probability of that there would be fewer than fewer. So if it's like this, what is the z value? Somewhere over here, this part, right? So just probability of minus 5 by 8 in the calculator will give you the answer. So let's take our calculators and do it. You need to remember we have to use the stat mode, that is mode 3, and then press AC. Now it's statistic mode. Shift 1 to get the stat mode again, and 5 for distribution, and the first one from left side. It's negative 5 divided by 8, close the bracket. The answer is 26. You can just multiply this by 100. That's 26.6%. You can see over here, that'll be the answer. Now for the next one, if a sample of 10 months is selected, find the probability that there would be fewer than 50,000 visiting tourists. So here what you need to do is the sample is given. So we have to find the standard error of mean, the sample mean. The formula is same like this. It's just that we use this symbol over here, the x, whatever x is there, this is x, right? Like a mean, sample mean. And then minus nu, but there will be a change in the standard deviation because there are samples of 10 months, right? So here we take it for the mean. The formula is very simple. The standard deviation changes. What is the n? What is the sample? That will be taken square root of that. I'll write the formula first. It's n, and over here the original standard deviation. So the standard deviation which we had 8,000 now varies, because it'll be 8,000 divided by square root 10, and whatever the answer is there, that is the new standard deviation for the sample we use. And then we just put it over here. It's 50,000 minus again 55,000 itself divided by the new one. So let's do it in the calculator. Here you need to go to computation mode, shift and 1, mode and 1. And now let's do this. 8,000 divided by square root of 10. And that's the answer. It'll be 2,529.82. Now here, the formula is 2529.82. It's not 8,000 which is given, because this is the standard deviation error. You need to find this. And now we will use the z value. It is negative 5,000, because 50,000 minus 55,000 will be negative 5,000. 2529.82. And the z value is, now it's different. The z value is minus 1.976. And then what you do is, we can just take about 3 decimal points. That's enough, or 4 also, but I usually take it 3, or it varies, Over here it's taken 2, but that's fine. And now here you need to go to statistic mode, that is mode 3 AC, shift 1. Now distribution for probability of this, that's probability from the left side, and minus 1.976. The answer is, now multiply this by 100. So let's close the bracket and now multiply it by 100. It's 2.4%, and you can see that's the answer. So this is how we solve the sample problems. They are very simple. All you need to see is if they give you samples, the standard deviation changes, the formula changes. Only the standard deviation changes. That's it. So this is it. Here as well, it's the same thing. What is happening? They have given you all the details and you have to find the probability as normal, like the previous topic, question 19, topic 19, we did this. But then the second part is by samples, just now we did, right? The standard deviation changes. Changes by what? Over here, the standard deviation is 2, isn't it? So you have to do 2 divided by the sample, square root of the sample. So this is the new standard deviation. So for the second one, you have to use this as the standard deviation and solve it up. And see, it's more than. So what happens? I'll just do this quickly because there's more than over here. I will try to directly solve in calculator because it's the electronic part. Now here the mean, let me just denote it mean, standard deviation, x. Okay. And let me write the formula for the next one as well. The standard deviation will be 2 divided by square root 15. So this is the changes. Now here, for the first one, the z value is given like this. The x minus mean divided by the standard deviation 2. Let me write the z value, that is minus 1. Now what about the next one? Here first, let me find the standard deviation. It's 0. Over here it is 0.52. I'll just take 2. And then we will find this z value over here. It will be, what is the x value? It's again 10 itself. 10 minus the mean is given as 12 divided by 0.52. So this is the z value, that is minus 3.85. Minus 3.846. Let me just take 3 decimals. And then we have found the z value, Look at the question properly. Find the probability that the randomly selected bar will have more than 10 grams of protein. More. You can either do this, shift 1. Now we are to go to statistics mode, mode 3. And now shift 1, 5. You can press 1. And you can type the z value of minus 1. What is the answer? But okay, let's multiply by 100. But that's not the answer. Look over here. This is not. Why? Because we have to get more. Now, whatever this answer is from the left side in this normal distribution, right? From the left side, when the z value is minus 1, this much is 15.86, this much percentage probability. But we need the right side because more than, this is the solution region. You can do 100 minus this value. Let me show you that. Over here, just 100 minus the answer. That is the answer, 84.1. Or I can directly use shift 1, 5. Instead of P, I'll take R. That's from the right side. Now I will type the z value, that is minus 1 multiplied by 100. I'll directly get this answer. Can you see that? 84.1%. How about over here? Again, it is greater than. So even over here, it's the same thing, but the z value is different. So what I'll do is I will just type this out, minus 3.846, and it's 99.99. Okay, it's 199.99. That's the answer. Whereas if you had done the p value to be 0.00 something, 1, whereas we need from the greater than, so it's right side of the normal distribution curve. I hope this is clear. In the topic 19, we did similar problems, but this second part, the B part, is just different because the standard deviation varies here. Now, what about this problem, which is very interesting? Here we have to use the binomial central limit theorem. But the first one is a simple one. In the recent year, 33% of the Americans said that they were planning to watch the World Cup football tournament. What is the probability that in a random sample of 45 people, fewer than 14 people plan to watch the World Cup? Assume that the variable is normally distributed. Now here they have given you probability that they were planning to watch. They have given the sample and then they have given you X value as well. So in such cases, when you see such type of problems, right, mean is not there, standard deviation is not there, but you have the probabilities, isn't it? So we had to use the formula mean is equal to NP. And then what is the standard deviation formula? It's square root of NPQ. Probability of success and probability of failure. In a recent year, 33% of Americans were planning to watch. This is P. So what is Q? Q is equal to 1 minus P. So I'll just write it out over here. P is equal to 33% or 0.33. You can just divide this by 100, or you can put percent in the calculator, it will be the same. Q will be 100 minus 33, that is 67%. That is equal to 0.67. That's it. What is N? How many people? The sample of 45. That's it. Now we can easily find the mean and this sigma, that is the standard deviation. Because mean is equal to, over here, N value is 45 times 0.33, whereas over here it will be 45 times 0.33 times 0.67, everything inside the square root. We'll get these two answers. And then we know the X value. What is the X value over here? It's 14. From this, we can try and solve it, but there is a little bit of the difference, which I'll tell you in a minute. First, let's do so much. In the calculator now, before I continue with the problem, let me just show you. 33, if you want percentage symbol, shift and this symbol here gives you percent. Okay. Whenever we are computing, we can compute in the statistics mode, that's fine, but the fractions and all won't be available. So what you can do is mode and 1 for computation. And then 45 times 0.33 or 33% gives you 14.85. So the mean over here is 14.85. What about the standard deviation? That is by the square root of 45 times 0.33 times 0.67. That gives you 3.15. The standard deviation is 3.15. I'll just take two digits after the decimal. Now what next? Here we have to use the central limit theorem, these correction factors. So you just don't take 14 as X value. What did they ask? Fewer than 14. I'll just show you over here the binomial distribution correction factors. See, less than. That's very important. Fewer means this correction factor, right? Whatever this 14, it should be X must be less than, right? Less than 14. So in this case, the C is coming under this. What happens with that? So here, whatever is this X value, you must subtract by 0.5. That is what it means. So you can't directly take X. It's always the correction factor of 0.5. Let me just clear this. X is less than 14. So what happens is the correction factor, right? Factor is minus 0.5 basically. So X will be 14 minus 0.5, that is 13.5. We have to use this one. If it was greater than, you add it. Whereas if it was greater than or equal to, you subtract it. We will come across these, in the next problems, and we'll try to do all the different ones. So now in this case, which is very simple because I've just given you one set of value, fewer than, that's it. So in such case, you have to use X as 13.5, and now let's do it. The Z value will be X minus nu divided by sigma, that is X is 13.5 minus 14.85 divided by 3.15, isn't it? Now just put that in the calculator. Over here we have to do 13.5 minus 14.85 divided by 3.15. So negative 3 by 7. Now let's just write it out over here. That is minus 3 by 7. So that is where we need to find the probability, isn't it? Less than, fewer than. So let's just put shift 1, mode 3, and now we can use shift 1, phi 1, and minus 3 divided by 7. The answer is 33.4. And over here we go. That's the answer. So for this case, for 14 people, we had to use the correction factor fewer than, so it should be left side, isn't it? So we use P of minus whatever the Z value we got, and directly that's the answer. If you want in percentage, just multiply this by 100, and that's the answer. So this is how we use the correction factors to solve this. Let's see one more problem. Okay, now this is interesting because there are two values given. According to a national poll in a recent year, let me write 27% of Americans saw 5 or more movies in theaters. So 27, that is P is equal to 0.27. If P is so much, what is Q? Q will be 73. Yeah. To 100 minus 27 would be 73. And then what is the probability that the random sample of n is 40? Okay. Between, what does between mean? Between means, see, x is over here is greater than this number, whereas less than 11, the next number. Okay, this is what is happening. So you can, in other words, you can see over here the first instance, for the first instance, x is greater than 6. For the next instance, x is less than 11. Okay, this is what is happening when it's between. If it was at most or at least, then it is less than or equal to. When it's at most and at least, we'll try to do such problem as well. But now over here, it is just x is greater than and less than because it's between. Okay, these saw more than 5 movies in that year. Assume that the variable is normally distributed. So just like the previous one, let's quickly solve this. The mean is given by, I'll directly put in the calculator. We know the formulas, n times p, isn't it? You need to remember them. I'll use the calculator now. Also, this is electronic part. You don't need to do any of the methods, but you need to write it and solve few of the things. Otherwise, you can't directly jump to any answer. So here we have 0.27 times n is 40. So it's 10.8. Let's write the mean as 10.8 here. What about standard deviation? That is given by the square root of all these top 3 numbers. 0.27. Now again, here there's an issue. Because I'm in statistics mode, I'll take in computation, and now it's much easier. Square root 0.27 times 0.73 times 40. You just multiply all them inside the square root. And the answer is 2.81. It's 2.81. Now see, the thing is, whenever we write mean and standard deviation, what I used to do is I just take 2 decimal points after 2 digits after the decimal point. Whereas if it's the z value, using this we get the z value, I take 3 digits after the decimal point. You can take even, uniformly 2 or 3 everywhere. That is also fine. It'll just vary by simple, maybe the hundreds or thousands might vary. That's fine, Okay, so we got so much. Now what next? We need to use the correction factor. If you recall, the correction factor over here, x is greater than 6. So this is going to be 6.5. We have to consider x is 6. Less than would be, x will be 10.5. If you don't recall, I'll just show you over here the table is there. See, x is greater than 6, right? We add 0.5 because it's greater. When it's less, we subtract. So this is the thing. Whereas if it was utmost and at least it changes, there's both changes, which we'll see in the later problem. Now after this, what next? We have to find the z values. I'll write over here z values. We know the formula for z value is x minus nu divided by sigma. We need to find, and then after we find the z values, we put in the calculator and find the z probabilities. Okay. So now z values are, for both, let's write it out over here. In the calculator, let us type 6.5 minus, what is the mean? 10.8 divided by 2.81. First answer is 1.53, only 53. So it's 1.53. It's negative. It's minus to the left of the normal distribution curve. And here all I do is change this to 10. And the answer is 0.1067. So I'll write minus 0.107. Now then, let me find the probabilities, statistic mode. And then here, shift 1. Okay, start mode is not on. You need to press 3, and now you need to press AC. So now it'll be on. Okay, shift 1, 5, and 1 over here, minus 1.53. Multiply, I'll write in percent directly. It's 6.3% here. So I'll write it as 6.3. And what about the next one? All I need to do is change this value here to 0.107. Negative sign is already there. And it's 45.74. I'm going to take 39 is almost 4. Now then, is these the answers? No, we need to find within this range. So this number minus 6.3 will give you the answer. It's 39.45. You can see here the answer is 39 it's taken as 5. The reason is because I've taken decimal points differently, but if you take according to their values, you will definitely get the same value. But over here, since I've not taken uniform decimal points, maybe they have considered 3 decimal points everywhere. In some places I've considered 3, 4, but you can see the overall answer is just the same. Also, there won't be any other option which is very, very close to this. You won't have options like 39.4, 39.5. No, you will have different values altogether. You'll have 20s, 30s, 40s, like that. So that's the correct answer. The question 9 is another interesting one. Here you can see there are 2 different types. One, it's about exactly 35 books and at least and at most 18 books. So we will solve this one. A poll was conducted at a library to approximate the percent of books, CDs, magazines, and movies that were checked out during 1 month. The results are shown over here. Assume that the variable is normally distributed. See, they have not given us a percentage like P or Q value, but they give us this box. But in this, we can find the P and Q value, which I'll show you in a minute. Before that, what is the probability that of 65 randomly selected resources? So they are randomly selecting 65 resources, that exactly 35 A books. Now there are a few important things to remember. Exactly, this is important. And we are dealing with books now. So what we need to do is we need to find the probability of books from this given thing. What will be the p-value? I'll write it over here. P-value will be books desired outcome divided by the total possibilities, right? It'll be 45 plus 20 plus 3 plus 32. So these are the total resources. The probability will be given over here. Let us do this in the calculator. If your calculator is in start mode, you can press mode 1 to go to the computation mode. Now you can write easily 45 divided by 45 plus 20. You can just add it in your mind and also write it. Plus 3 plus 32 is 35. I'm directly writing it. And the probability is 0.45. So P value is 0.45. What does Q value mean then? It's just 1 minus this. It will be 0.55. It's 45% and 55%. So there is a probability of 55% that the randomly selected resources, books are in there. So this is P and Q. What is N? How many randomly resources selected? It's 65. So now we can easily find out mean, right? I'll write over here mean is N times P, and standard deviation will be square root of N P Q. So the substitution over here would be 65 times 0.45, and over here it will be 65 times 0.45 times 0.55. Now let's do that much in the calculator. It is 65 times 0.45. The answer is 29.25. That's the mean, 29.25. And what will be the standard deviation? That is square root of 65 times 0.45 times 0.55. And that is 4.01. So here standard deviation is 4.01. So this much is done. Now, when it is exactly, it's very simple. What is the x value? We need exactly 65. I'll show you the table, but you can just remember whenever it's exactly, you can just subtract 30. No, this is not x value. What is the x value? That's this one over here, 35. So whenever you see this term exactly, you will have two values. It's zero point 0.5 less the correction factors, subtract and add it. So these are the two values. Easily you can just memorize it when it's exactly. But I'll show you the theorem over here, the factors. X is equal to C. That means it's exactly 35. So in this case, you have to subtract the value, whichever is less, subtract it and add it. So that is the condition over here. So left side will be 35 minus 0.5, and over here it will be 35 plus 0.5. So I've taken those two values. Let me write it out over here. So those are basically the x values, okay? 34.5, 35.5. Now let me find the z value. Z value is given as x minus nu divided by sigma. Now we will use calculator to solve the z values. Here all you need to do is type in the first one, 34.5 minus mean is 29.25 divided by sigma is the standard deviation is 4.01. The value is 1.309. So over here, I'll take 309 itself. And what about the other side? Just change this to 35.5, and here you go, it is 1.559. 1.559. So let's put this in the calculator. I mean, not obviously calculate, but it starts mode and then solve the probability. Mode 3. Now don't press on. If you go back, it's not in start mode. It's only when mode 3 and AC, now it's in start mode. So shift and 1 and then 5 and 1. First one, 1.309. Close the bracket, multiplied by 100 to get in percent. It's 90.473. So let me write it over here. 90.473. And what happens in the other side? It'll be 1.559. Just these two to 55. And that is equal to 94.05. Over here it's 94.05. Now we need to subtract these both and find the probability, percent of the probability. So I'll just do minus. This is already saved as the answer. 90.473. Okay, I did not put a point. So I'd rewrite. Now the answer will be changed. See, now I can't press that because the recently stored answer will be the answer. It's 94.05 minus greater value minus the smaller value. It's 3.577. I will take it as 3.56%. So this would be the final answer. That is, you can see over here. Okay, they have rounded off to only one digit after decimal. So it's 3.56 will become 3.6% for the first case. That is for the books. If that 65 randomly selected resources, exactly 35 way books will be about 3.6%. Obviously, it's very hard to tell only 35 will be books, out of all these. So this is the situation here. Now, what about the second one? Let's do the second problem here. Find the probability that 85 randomly resources would be, at least 15 and at most 18 CDs. So we have to do it for CDs now. But before that, at least and at most, let me write that out over here. So we have x, that is over here 15, less than or equal to, x is greater than or equal to 15 and less than or equal to 18. So this is the condition for at most. Whereas between will be just greater than less than. Okay, these are the conditions. Now what does x mean? X is greater than or equal to 15 and x is less than or equal to 18. These are the two conditions, right? See over here, the first part, this one, x is greater than or equal to 15 and the second one, x is less than or equal to 18. So for such cases, what happens? You have to subtract and add, isn't it? See over here, greater than or equal to 15 here, you subtract by 0.5. So it'll be 14.5 and over here you add, see over here less than or equal to, add 0.5. So the x value is basically turned to be Over here it'll be 14.5, 18.5. These are the two conditions. But now again, P and everything means standard deviation changes. Why? Because the P probability is not for the books anymore, it's for the CDs. So let's find the P value. How many CDs are there? There are 20 CDs divided by total, that is 45 plus 20 plus 3 plus 32. And now we have to find the probability and then Q value. What is N value? N value is given 85. Okay. And then at most and at least over here, this is the range. That is fine. We have it. Let's find so much and then we can find the mean. Let me write it over here. It'll be N times P, these two multiplied. And what about standard deviation? It'll be the square root of all these three. So let's write, now again, let's go to computation mode and now use the fraction. 20 divided by 45 plus 20 plus 3 plus 32. And the answer is 1/5, that is 0.2. And if this is 0.2, the other one will be 0.8. And now let's quickly find the n, that is 0.2 multiplied by 85, not n, sorry, mu. It's 17. And let's find the 85 standard deviation. 0.8 times 0.2, that is 3.69. Over here we got 17 and over here we have 3.69. So this much is done and we know the x values. So we can find the z values, isn't it? Over here for 14.5 and 18.5, the z values can be found out now. That's by x is 14.5 minus mean is 17 divided by 3.69. The first answer is 0.678. And the next one would be 18.5, that is 0.407. So these are the two answers. Now the first one was negative, is it? Yeah, it's below mean, it should be negative. So let me just double check it. 14, yes, it's minus. I forgot to write the minus sign. Because if it's less than mean, obviously it should be lesser, right? Minus. The z value will be minus. That means it's less than 50%. Over here, it'll be more than 50%. Now, how do we find the probabilities? Probabilities would be from mode 3 AC. Now, just use shift 1 and then find the distribution. P of this value minus 0.678, we will get, that is, okay, I'll multiply it by 100, it'll be 24.89. So all you need to do is just multiply by 100 to get the percent. Close the bracket here and now it'll be all right. Okay, that's the answer. And what's the next one? It is it's positive 0.407 and the answer is 65.8. So here it's 65.8%. Now all you do is subtract 65.8, which is saved in the answer, by 24.89, and the answer must be 40.91. So I think so they rounded off to the nearest 10, so it's 40.9%. This must be the answer. So let's look into the answers. The first one was 3.6, now it's 40.9. The last one, please try to do it by yourself. It's the same thing, it's just that we have over here. Okay, the first one is very, very simple. It's just more than, and over here exactly. Let me just do it. I'll try to do it directly in the calculator because, you know, the mean and all doesn't change here. So what happens is we have p-value of 12, that is percent, 0.12. What about the q value? Q value will be 0.88. And then n is equal to 60. In this case, n over here will be 80. What is the x value? X is equal to 10. In the question they have mentioned it's more than 10. So correction factor will be addition x will be 10.5. You need to add 0.5 here. And now you can find the z value, that is 10.5 minus Okay, mean, we have not found the mu and sigma. We'll just do it in the calculator now. So mean will be n, that is 60 times p-value is 0.12. The answer is 7.2, whereas other one will be 60 times 0.12 times 0.88, and the answer is 2 point, over here let me write this, 2.52, and other one was 7.2, which we just found out. Now here then we will have 10.5 minus 7.2 divided by 2.52. The answer will be equal to 10.5 minus 7.2 divided by 2.52. It's 1.3095. Let me just write it over here. 1.30. Let me 31. Okay, that's the answer. So more than, it's just one case. And now we will use the statistics mode, that's more than 3 AC, and now shift 151 and type this out. 1.31, close the bracket. The answer is 0.9. Wait, over here, let me just recall. It's more, so I should use R or 1 minus this value. Why? Because see, the normal distribution, the p-value is always, now imagine this was 1.3, this is the answer we are getting, but we don't want that. We want the probability of more than, so this side, right side, right? So I'll do shift 153. Now let me type 1.31, close the bracket, multiplied by 100 to get in percent. The answer is 9.5%. Over here you can see it's 9.5%. Now here it's just more or less easily. If it's more, we just add 0.5 correction factor, less is subtract 0.5. But next one here exactly is this condition. It's 9.2, but let me do it over here. This is the condition, because many things will be the same. Only the thing that changes is n. Okay, if n changes, this all will change as well. Okay, let me just erase it off over here, and let's do that. So what happens with n? N is 80. Let's take our calculators and solve the mean and standard deviation. It'll be 80 times 0.12. It's 9.6, and over here you need to also do the square root. So let me go out of the statistics mode. So square root will be 0.80 times 0.12 times 0.88. So that's the standard deviation. It's 2.91. And over here we got 9.6. 9.6, I remember. So these are the two answers. So now then, what is the z value? Here they have clearly told exactly 7. So x will be 6.5 and 7.5. So let's find the z values for both these conditions. What happens is, here we just write 6.5 minus the mean, that is 9.6, divided by 2.91. The answer is negative 1. Let me just write 1.065. And for the next one, just change the 6.5 to 7.5. The answer is minus 0.722. Now we have to go to the start mode, mode 3 AC, and let's do the probabilities. It'll be minus 1.065. See, whenever you have two values, you don't need to press, P and R. You don't have to change, because both of them will give the same answer, You have to just subtract the higher minus the lower. Now I'll just multiply this by 100, so I'll get in percent, because it's easy to interpret percent values, Okay, 14% makes sense, much sense, 14.344, and over here the last one is 0 minus 0.722. It's 23.515. So all you do is subtract this by 14.344. The answer must be 9.1%, 9.2. Yeah, it's 9.2%, because when you round it off, it'll be 9.2. So this is how we can solve problems using binomial distribution correction factors. Please remember this table. Try to understand when it's greater, less than. Remember, when it's less, greater than and greater than or equal to, it's not same, it changes, okay? So understand this concept and then try to use the correction factor and then you can easily solve it up. And that is the end of all the multiple choice questions. If you have found these videos helpful, please share it with your friends. Let them know about this channel Best Math, where you can find all the end of term exam questions and exam lessons explanation for free. And I just want to thank all the students who like my videos, who share my videos, and all the gratitude comments. I really thank you so much. Your comments really make my day. A single thank you always puts a big smile on my face. Thank you very much. And I wish you all the best in your exams. I hope everyone does well. If you have any doubts, any clarifications, please do post them in the comments and I will get back to you.